That's absolutely the worst introduction I have ever had.
Assembly something.
You can't trust the males these days. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and adversaries, associates and colleagues, in short, fellow ufologists. I had really wanted to come here tonight and kick ass. But fortunately for us all, wiser heads have prevailed, and we're going to keep this thing professional. Before I begin, it seems appropriate to first take a few moments to personally thank Mr. Walt Andrus of the MUFON organization and the organizers and hosts of this symposium, whose kind invitation made it possible for me to be here. I'm also appreciative of this excellent time spot, which must mean that those who arranged the schedule must think that I have something to say. I'll try not to disappoint you. I might also add that my talk here tonight is primarily directed at those of you who are members of the UFO community. That's not to suggest that those of you who are here as third parties won't find it interesting. It's just that you might not be able to follow some of the in-house comments I'm going to make. That's opposed to outhouse comments, which I'll try to avoid, even though some cases they may be appropriate. Having anticipated the faltering star, allow me to introduce myself. I'm aware that you already know my name, and I'm equally certain that many of you are wondering just who is Bill Moore and what's he up to. Added to that, I'm sure, are many other questions. Is this man a government agent? What about his rumored contacts within the intelligence community? Are the MJ-12 documents real? Or are they counterfeit? And if they're counterfeit, did he forge them? And isn't he really in it for the money, after all? The truth about Bill Moore, I'm afraid, is considerably less sensational. Those of you out there that know me well can vouch for it. Those who don't can verify it easily enough. Bill Moore graduated from college in 1965. Between that time and 1979, I spent 14 years as a high school teacher and a concurrent 10 years as a part-time labor relations expert within the structure of the Minnesota Education Association. In both cases, I had an excellent reputation. In 1979, after having successfully published the Philadelphia Experiment with co-author Charles Berlitz, I resigned my teaching position and moved with my family to Arizona in order to take up writing full-time. In 1980, I co-authored a second bestseller, The Roswell Incident, which was the preliminary account of an investigation into an alleged UFO crash in New Mexico in 1947. At that time, the book was skeptically received by the UFO community and mercilessly panned by the debunkers. I stood my ground, broke with Berlitz, weathered the storm of rocks and mud that was thrown in my direction, and ultimately, with continued high-quality research and a careful, skeptical, journalistic approach, managed to persuade many of the initial doubters that there was indeed something to the case. And in so doing, I earned the respect of many of you in the audience. And I expect that my reputation and credibility with respect to the Roswell case is at least partly responsible for my having been invited to speak here tonight. I urge you to keep that in mind. If you're one of those who respects my work on Roswell, then I ask you to consider that I'm trying to carry on the same sort of quality investigation with respect to my current project. It's just that the circumstances are quite different. And I've not been in a position until now to properly inform others about what I've been doing. This, unfortunately, has given rise to considerable controversy, with a number of falsehoods having been spread by others in the UFO community who saw fit to jump to hasty conclusions inappropriately formed without benefit of all the facts. One of the most persistent rumors about me is that I'm a rich man, or that I'm somehow funded by the government to spread disinformation and dissension within the UFO community. Neither could be further from the truth. The real Bill Moore is as poor as a church mouse. I came away from a divorce in 1983 with virtually nothing. I went through bankruptcy shortly thereafter. I began to rebuild my life. The money I make from writing, royalties, and the sale of mostly UFO-oriented books and publications is all plowed back into living expenses and continuing research. It's a constant scrape to get by, but I believe in what I'm doing. And in order to preserve the freedom necessary to continue, I've had to make sacrifices. I'm definitely not in this business for the money. I live in a rented house. I drive a 1977 car and a 1979 motorcycle. I have no savings accounts, no stocks, no bonds, and I recently dropped my health insurance because I couldn't afford it any longer. I'm not looking for a handout, nor do I expect any sympathy. I simply tell you this because I want it on the record. Those who are spreading rumors that I live in wealth and comfort are invited to come and verify the situation any time they wish. My door is open. Those who allege that I have counterfeited documents and concocted a hoax on the MJ-12 matter had better take the same facts into account. Rest assured, I know myself well enough. If I was trying to perpetrate a hoax, I would have played it for all the cash I could get a long time ago and taken the money and run, as some are doing even now in the UFO community. And as for my being on the government's payroll, I can only say that I wish I was. The government pays well, and it provides excellent benefits. So why should you believe anything Bill Moore has to say? The fact is that I have information that will add to your knowledge of the UFO phenomenon. I will report it to you in as reliable a fashion as I can and in as objective a manner as possible. Those of you who have numbered among my friends and supporters will perhaps find it comforting in light of some of the more outrageous rumors that have been circulating throughout the UFO community recently. Others of you who have chosen to cast aspersions and throw rocks in my directions out of fear that I might uncover something which will upstage your own efforts will undoubtedly take great pains to dissect what I have to say here in an effort to find more reasons to question my integrity. No matter. In the final analysis, I'm not asking you to believe, only to listen. What you do from that point is entirely up to you. 2 years ago at the MUFON Symposium in Washington, D.C., I stood before a similar audience and presented preliminary information on the so-called MJ-12 papers. I also alluded at that time to a series of ongoing contacts between myself and a number of well-placed individuals within the government and the intelligence community. American ufology has been in a turmoil over the MJ-12 matter ever since, with charges and countercharges being thrown back and forth so fast that it's almost impossible to keep up with them. Worse, the rumor mill, fueled by speculation, disinformation, and increasingly gross exaggerations on the part of those who ought to know better, has emerged as a major force which, it sometimes seems from this vantage point, has all but replaced common sense and sound judgment in some circles. What ought to have been a sane and concerted effort to get at the truth has taken on virtually all the trappings of a three-ring circus. And American ufology, as I see it, now stands at the edge of a severe crisis which has already shaken it to its very core. I have every confidence that ufology will survive. Whether it will emerge from this present state of flux with as much credibility as it had going in, I don't know. I, for one, am somewhat ashamed and embarrassed by the mudslinging that I have witnessed, much of it directed at me, these past 2 years, and by the incessant and increasing rumor mongering which has tantalized us all by its highly sensational nature, and yet in the final analysis has offered us so very little in the way of tangible evidence. I hope what I have to say here tonight will have the positive effect of laying some of it to rest. But speaking in all candor, I certainly won't count on it. Throughout our history, mankind has witnessed many quests, and in every case, those who study history tell us that there was the inevitable clack of narrow-minded fools who, believing that such quests waste time and energy better spent on useful endeavors, did everything they could to discourage the process and discredit the individuals involved. Pardon my observations, but so it is with our present quest for knowledge about UFOs. Whether UFOs are or are not extraterrestrial is really only a part of the picture. In the final analysis, the process of studying this phenomenon and the people involved with it, of assessing the claims and the counterclaims, and of dealing with the question of how we as Earthlings will react to the discovery of a race of extraterrestrial visitors and how they will react to us. All of this and more, when finally looked at in perspective, leads us to the inescapable recognition that in studying the UFO phenomenon, we are at the same time becoming more aware of ourselves as individuals and learning something about the society that we are a part of. The recognition, as noted by my friend Stan Friedman many years ago, that any alien spending 10 minutes looking at planet Earth must come away with the conclusion that we are, in the eyes of that alien, nothing more than a primitive society whose major activity is tribal warfare, is at once both revealing and powerful. It is through the mirror of UFOs as alien visitors that we ultimately come to look at ourselves and to recognize what and who we really are. Such a process can only prove beneficial to mankind in the long term, regardless of what the true nature of UFOs turns out to be. And those who would stand in its way by attempting to heap derision or ridicule upon the subject do us a grave disservice. Had mankind's greatest inventors, scientists, explorers, builders, painters, musicians, composers, physicians, surgeons, the list goes on. The point is, had these people throughout our history heeded the mindless blusterings and ravings of the skeptics, the scoffers, and the debunkers who were present in each and every case, there would have been no progress, and mankind would still be in the Stone Age. Moreover, in every case where a breakthrough was achieved and progress was made, it is the achiever who is remembered and honored by history, and not the debunker and the skeptic who said it could not be done. The bottom line here is that the UFO phenomenon is a legitimate study by anyone in our free society who chooses to do so. And those who have elected to participate in such a quest should not be held up to derision and ridicule because of it. Those debunkers and UFO bashers who have nothing positive to contribute are advised to go and massage their egos somewhere else. In my opinion, those people have no right whatsoever to dictate to others what is fit for study and what is not, or what people should believe and what they shouldn't. Which brings me to my next point. I've been accumulating information on the UFO phenomenon for more than 25 years. During that time, I have watched ufology trying to grow up, trying to achieve respectability with the public, the news media, and the scientific community. In that process, I am sorry to say it's been my observation that we have been our own worst enemy. No skeptic, no debunker could possibly do what we have done to ourselves, not once, but time and time again. We say we want respectability, yet we have made little effort to construct the foundations necessary to achieve it. Sadly, we have no uniform standards, no professional ethics, no peers, no qualifications, no uniform goals, and few credible spokespersons. Nobody speaks for ufology. Or rather, perhaps more correctly, everybody speaks for ufology, all at the same time, and each with a different voice. Anybody can be a ufologist. All they need to do is tack the title to the end of their name and publish, yes, even self-publish, a book, start a newsletter, or get themselves on television. And should their material be pure, unsubstantiated claptrap or broken crockery, that's cracked pottery for those of you that don't get that one, no matter, there's always some other self-styled ufologist who will come along, see it as the ultimate wisdom of the universe, and endorse it wholeheartedly, thus adding further to the confusion. Is it any wonder we have degenerated into a host of political camps, each one of which throws rocks at as many of the others as possible, while at the same time loudly proclaiming to all who will listen that they are the only true religion? Meanwhile, the debunkers, who are essentially united under a single banner, throw rocks at all of us, and the public, as hapless observer to the entire process, emerges more confused than ever. With that in mind, I would like to take a moment and ask each and every member of this audience to reach down inside yourself and come up with a true answer to a very important and difficult question. What you say publicly has no meaning in this process. It's what you know inside of yourself to be truth that matters. I want you to ask yourself, why are you involved with the UFO phenomenon? Do you truly desire answers, no matter what those answers may be, and no matter how much those answers may be at variance with what you presently believe? Or are you one of those people who thrives on a continuing mystery, whose very position in the field of ufology requires that the mystery of UFOs be perpetuated rather than solved, so that you can continue in your self-styled role of importance? Let's suppose you are the head of an organization devoted to the study of UFOs, and there are several such here, including myself. What happens to your organization, and ultimately to you yourself, if the UFO mystery is suddenly solved? Do you truly want to see that happen? Or is it more palatable and convenient to keep the pot simmering for as long as possible? Only you and you alone know what it is that motivates you. If you're one who's sincerely interested in finding answers, and if you can proceed with an open mind, then maybe I can offer you some inspiration. If, on the other hand, you are one who prefers to inflate your own image through the spreading of unsubstantiated, often alarming, and increasingly sensationalistic disinformation, hearsay, and rumor, then I urge you to reassess your position and channel your energies along more acceptable lines. If you haven't thought about that, I urge you to do so. It's important that we all know where we stand. As for myself, I made my decision a number of years ago as a result of suddenly having found myself face to face with an opportunity to learn more about what our government knows about UFOs. I believed then, and I continue to believe now, that it is possible to uncover answers by searching carefully and competently for them in the right places. Finding those answers and thus ending my so-called career as a ufologist poses no problems at all for me. As a writer, I'm interested in a variety of subjects, many of them non-UFO related. Should I go as far as I feel I can with the UFO question, I have plenty of other fish to fry, many of which are just as interesting and every bit as challenging. The truth, fellow ufologists, is that I have known precisely what I was doing all along. It's just that very few other people knew what I was doing, and it was this lack of information on the part of other researchers that has given rise to so much controversy. Consequently, I harbor no grudge against others who have attacked me, sometimes bitterly, because they disagreed with my methods, or because they mistook my refusal to answer their often legitimate questions as a display of arrogance and contempt. I counseled patience then, and I counsel it now. A rush to judgment is a dangerous and a divisive thing. Those who engage in such practices may sound high-minded and well-informed at first blush, but in the long run, they do nothing to enhance their own stature or credibility, and they certainly contribute nothing to our quest for answers. Consider the strange case of Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, and the jury. You, the audience, are the jury. Mr. Smith is dead. Mr. Jones is being tried for the murder. The prosecutor stands before you and gives you these facts. When the police arrived in response to a complaint that a fight was in progress, he says, Mr. Smith was found lying dead on the floor of his apartment. The cause of death was strangulation, and the body was still warm. Mr. Jones was found bending over the body with his hands still around the victim's throat. Neighbors and others who knew both men have testified that there was considerable animosity between the two of them, and that on more than one occasion, Mr. Jones was heard to threaten Mr. Smith's safety and well-being. Obviously, Jones had gone to see Smith, and a violent argument ensued during which Jones strangled Smith. Unfortunately for Jones, the police arrived before he was able to effect an escape from the scene. You're the jury. Is this sufficient evidence to condemn Mr. Jones for murder? I tried out this scenario during conversations with a number of people over the past few months, and I was amazed at how many people agreed that it is. One of whom was my good friend Walt Andrus, who recently saw fit to publish an outrageously lopsided piece of trash in his newsletter, written by a man I've never met, spoken to, or corresponded with, and who could have easily obtained answers to his questions simply by taking the trouble to ask. A significant minority who listened to my Smith and Jones scenario, however, hesitated before passing judgment. What is Mr. Jones's defense? They wanted to know. And of course, that's really what it's all about. In the case of Smith and Jones, the truth is that it was Smith who invited Jones to his apartment with the intention of quietly doing him in and disposing of the body before anyone was the wiser. Jones, however, turned the tables on Smith and accidentally killed him in the process of self-defense. And so it is in the case of Moore, the government, and MJ-12. Those who have already decided that I'm one of the bad guys in this controversial case have done so on the basis of only half a story. They have rushed to judgment without hearing the defense. Indeed, some of the most vocal of my critics have never once bothered to contact me and ask me if I had a defense. Hasty pudding, as one recent tract put it quite humorously. A tract which, by the way, I did not write, but which I found to be most appropriate. Unfortunately, I can't provide you with the entire case for the defense this evening. The reason is that the defense is still in process of completing its investigation. But I can provide you with a significant part of it, enough so that at least you can begin to understand what I've been doing and where it's all going. For some of you, it may not be what you want to hear, but it's nonetheless true. And it should provide you with a good sense of perspective concerning a lot of other things that have been going on in ufological circles recently. It all began more than 10 years ago with a man named Paul Benowitz. Let me preface my remarks by offering the sincere and candid statement that what I'm going to say is, to the best of my knowledge, entirely true. It is offered without malice or prejudice in any way, and is under no circumstances intended to be libelous or defamatory. I genuinely like Mr. Benowitz, continue to regard him as a friend, and have a great deal of sympathy for the difficulties he's been through. It is not my intention to upset him with these revelations, but rather to add a few facts to a record that's been out of balance for a lot of years. I had moved from Minnesota to Arizona during the late summer of 1979. And as a result had become somewhat closer to Jim and Coral Lorenzen of the old Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, in Tucson. Ultimately, they invited me to become a member of the APRO Board of Directors, and I accepted. It was in this capacity that I first became acquainted with the work being done by Paul Benowitz and Dr. Leo Sprinkle regarding an alleged UFO abduction involving a young woman and several others which had occurred sometime earlier. The woman had been hypnotically regressed by Dr. Sprinkle and had provided a strange account of having witnessed a cattle mutilation in process, and of subsequently having been taken by her alien abductors into some sort of craft or facility where these aliens were actively engaged in processing fluids and severed body parts obtained from these cattle. During the course of the hypnosis sessions, which began, as near as I can recall, in August of 1979, Benowitz had become convinced that the aliens had implanted some sort of communication device in the woman's head, and that they were using this device to control her actions. His theory was that they could actually see what she saw and hear what she heard by means of this device. In any case, Benowitz, being a physicist by profession and having a certain amount of electronics equipment at his disposal and the wherewithal to purchase more as needed, set out to determine whether it might be possible to detect the electromagnetic signals he believed these aliens must be using to exercise their control over their alleged victims, and to try to devise a way to shield the victim from the control of the signals. He dubbed his effort Project Beta and communicated to APRO in late 1979 that he believed he had succeeded in detecting signals from UFOs and had begun to make calculations about the sort of electronic and propulsion technology employed by these aliens. It was also at about this time that Paul began to take both moving and still pictures of strange lights maneuvering in the vicinity of the Manzano nuclear weapons storage facility, which is located on the east of Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, and of which Benowitz had a perfect view from his residence. Benowitz was convinced that these lights were UFOs, and that for some reason they were actively interested in both the Manzano complex and the Coyote Canyon test area located directly south of Manzano on the other side of the hills. During this time, the only awareness I had of Benowitz and his work was what I was obtaining through APRO. I still had not met the man, and in fact was only mildly interested in the case. This based largely upon both Jim and Coral Lorenzen's assessment of Benowitz as a dedicated researcher, but unfortunately one who was, as Jim put it, prone to make great leaps of logic on the basis of incomplete data. Both Jim and Coral felt that Benowitz had already decided what he was going to find before he went looking for it. Still, although I didn't come to know about it until a few months later, there apparently was something going on involving UFOs near Manzano, particularly during August, September, and October of 1980. and several agencies of the U.S. government, including the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, seemed more than just casually interested in it. In early September 1980, I was approached by a well-placed individual within the intelligence community who claimed to be directly connected to a high-level government project dealing with UFOs. This individual, who subsequently came to be known as the Falcon, told me that he spoke for a small group of similar individuals who were uncomfortable with the government's continuing cover-up of the truth, and indicated that he and his group would like to help me with my research into the subject in the hope that I might be able to help them find a way to change their prevailing policy and get the facts out without breaking any laws in the process. I knew I was being recruited, but at that point, I had no idea for what. In any case, I was told that if I was interested in cooperating with their group, I would further be contacted by a liaison man, and that future meetings between me and the Falcon would be arranged by this person. The liaison person who subsequently made contact with me was AFOSI agent Richard Doty, a man who has since become quite controversial in his own right, and who many people have mistakenly assumed is the Falcon himself. The story of my contacts with the Falcon, Doty, and subsequently a number of others is something I will have considerably more to say about at a later date. I'm fully aware that such a course of action will undoubtedly prompt the gossip mongers to begin circulating an entirely new array of outrageous and unsubstantiated rumors, but so be it. My purpose here is to deal only with that part of the story which is directly connected to the Benowitz affair. To those of you who want to know more after hearing what I have to say tonight, I counsel continued patience. You have my assurance that the rest of the story will ultimately be told as well. But before going back to the Benowitz affair, let me make several points which seem appropriate at this juncture. First of all, on the question of Richard Doty and the Falcon, it's important to note that the name Falcon was invented by my partner Jamie Chandray and I in 1984, strictly as a way of facilitating our talking to each other about this person, particularly on the telephone, without having to use a name. Richard Doty, who continued to be liaison man, was similarly referred to us, or by us, as the Sparrow. Neither Sparrow nor Falcon were aware that we were using these terms in reference to them, nor was anyone else, to the best of my knowledge, prior to about mid-1985. It was in mid-1987, just after we went public with the MJ-12 papers, that at Falcon's suggestion and with the concurrence of Richard Doty, we began dropping subtle hints that Falcon might in fact be Doty. Falcon felt that such a ploy would be useful to him in continuing to protect his identity, while Doty, for his part, said that if anybody asked, he could simply deny it, and that would be that. We agreed. And as many of you are painfully aware, it turned out to be an excellent diversion, particularly with respect to the effect it had following the UFO Cover-Up Live show, which was broadcast nationally in October 1988. In all fairness to Mr. Doty here, I should also like to comment that in my assessment, Rick is much better at following orders and implementing the schemes of others than he is at coming up with ideas of his own. Those of you that have devoted time and energy to constantly badgering this man for more information should be aware that all you are doing is making nuisances of yourself. Rick is not the man you're after. It's the person in the control position that's important here. And as far as I'm aware, no one outside of my project has any idea who that person might be or what his motives are. In any case, it was Falcon who sought me out in September of 1980. And it was Richard Doty, then with AFOSI at Kirtland Air Force Base, who soon came into play as the middleman in that process. Shortly thereafter, it became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, APRO, and to a lesser extent several other individuals was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation through him as he could possibly absorb. Being a very small part of that process gave me, I thought, something of an advantage. It became my intention to play that advantage for all the information I could get out of it. Benowitz, for his part, continued to make what, in my opinion, seemed to be increasingly irrational claims, most of which gave every appearance of having been influenced by a heavy blanket of disinformation mixed with a small but significant amount of truth. The problem was always one of keeping a level head and trying to carefully sort the shit from the candy, something which Paul didn't seem to be very good at. But then, Paul was by that time very emotionally involved with the affair and rather skeptical of advice from any quarter unless it supported what he had already decided was the truth. From my vantage point, being detached from the mainstream but still close enough to appreciate what was happening, it was somewhat easier to assess the process. I first met Paul in early 1981 and continued contacts with him on a fairly regular basis through mid-1985. Contact since then has been sporadic. My role in the affair was largely that of a freelancer providing information on Paul's then current thinking and activities. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the counterintelligence and the disinformation, although I either knew or was aware of a number of people directly involved with that end of things. Richard Doty was one of these people, although I came to know Doty well enough to gain the impression that he was faithfully carrying out orders which he personally found distasteful. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Falcon had chosen him as liaison person, although I don't really know. Frankly, I don't believe that Doty does either. In my opinion, he was simply a pawn in a much larger game, just as I was. As for Benowitz, by 1981 he was gathering data from a variety of sources and amalgamating it with information being fed to him by a number of government people in whom for some reason he seemed to have an implicit and abiding faith. The story that emerged from this melange of fact, fiction, fantasy, hearsay, hard data, and government disinformation was absolutely incredible. Yet, somehow, Paul believed in it and set out on a one-man crusade to tell the world that malevolent aliens from space were in league with our government to take over the planet. What had begun in 1979 as an effort to learn whether the behavior of a woman who claimed she had been abducted by UFO aliens and was being influenced by some sort of radio remote control had, in the space of less than 3 years, blossomed into a tale which rivaled the wildest science fiction scenario anyone could possibly imagine. Basically, it seemed to me that Paul was his own worst enemy. Instead of withholding judgment until all of the facts were in, Paul insisted on repeatedly going off half-cocked to virtually anyone who would listen. Members of the press, other UFO researchers, U.S. congressmen and senators, people in military command positions, members of the scientific establishment, even the president himself, all were members or subjects of Paul's efforts to reach out and tell the world what he sincerely believed to be happening. He wrote letters and made phone calls by the hundreds. And to those who had neither the time nor the inclination to look behind the words for a better understanding of the facts, Paul, with his professional credentials and technical vocabulary, came off as a rather credible individual, which must have caused quite a rash of headaches among the people in high places who were desperately trying to defuse him. The idea that UFOs had something to do with the phenomenon. Number two, an increasing number of UFO cases wherein the individual or individuals involved claimed to have been abducted by UFO aliens and taken aboard their craft against their will. Public exposure to this phenomenon got a big boost in 1981 with the appearance of Bud Hopkins' bestseller Missing Time, and Paul was particularly interested in these cases. His hypothesis that people were being abducted, implanted with some kind of alien control device, and then being let go again was completely consistent with the thinking of a number of other UFO researchers at the time. Paul's hypothesis, however, had a somewhat more sinister spin than most. Third, his own experiments and research regarding the radio signals he was receiving and the photographs and film footage he was getting of unusual lights. Both of these phenomena seemed largely, though not entirely, connected with goings-on within the Kirtland Air Force Base Sandia National Lab Complex just south of Albuquerque. There is no question that Paul was receiving some sort of electromagnetic signal on his equipment, and it is equally certain that his photos and films do depict unusual lights, most of which were filmed while hovering or maneuvering over the Kirtland Sandia complex. The real question here, however, is whether Paul's evidence is sufficient to conclude that either of these phenomena was directly related to UFO activity, or whether in fact a prosaic explanation exists which is more directly related to some classified government project. Admittedly, strong arguments can be made in both directions, either one of which can be offered as an adequate explanation of the government's counterintelligence activities in this case, which was the fourth factor. Government surveillance of Paul and his activities, some of which Paul was astute enough to detect and some of which I had learned about but Paul seemed unaware of. Paul took the surveillance activities, which included wiretaps and, according to Paul, even break-ins, as proof positive that he was onto something big. Unfortunately, he seemed largely unaware that the same people who would go to such lengths to spy on him also had the capabilities to mount an effective disinformation campaign. In any case, by mid-1982, Paul's story contained virtually all of the elements found in the current crop of rumors being circulated around the UFO community. There were two groups of aliens, one malevolent, one more friendly. The malevolent ones, which Paul referred to as the Greys, were really in control. And they were the ones responsible for the cattle mutilations, for human abductions, and the implanting of sinister control devices in humans, for having first made and then broken a secret treaty with the U.S. government, for maintaining a secret underground base under Archuleta Peak near Dulce in northwestern New Mexico, and for having supplied the U.S. government with alien space hardware and weapons which ultimately proved defective or which were caused to crash, thus leaving human civilization virtually defenseless against invasion. According to Paul, an atomic-powered spaceship which they had given to the U.S. had been caused to crash on Archuleta Peak near the entrance to an underground alien base, and had sprayed the entire area with radioactivity and wreckage. To prove it, he provided drawings which he said he had made from photographs. I and others who examined Paul's photographs as well as independently obtained pictures of the same area were unable to see what Paul claimed was there. Where he saw a crashed ship, burned wreckage, entrances to the alien base, and weapons pointing skyward, others could only see rocks, trees, and shadows. I have no doubt that Paul believed that he saw what he claimed, and for this I offer no explanation. I only know that what he claimed to see wasn't what others saw. There is no question that some of Benowitz's pictures are interesting, but I must say that even though I viewed a large number of them, I never saw one that I could get particularly excited about, and I certainly never saw anything that I felt could be pointed to as proof positive or even compelling evidence that he was photographing alien spacecraft. Much of his film was Super 8mm, which is too small a format for good quality enlargement. There is also no question that Paul was intercepting some kind of low-frequency electromagnetic emission. The question was and remains, where was it coming from? What was its purpose? And indeed, most importantly, was it UFO related at all? Paul, at least, was totally convinced that he was receiving alien radio transmissions, and had even gone so far as to develop a home computer program capable of translating them into English. The problem, as I saw it, was that his program, which he told me had been developed with the assistance of the aliens themselves, assigned entire words sentence fragments, and sometimes even entire sentences themselves to the various individual pulses of energy within these transmissions. The technique involved was such that it could just as easily have been adapted to assign similar alien translations to the various energy pulses found in ordinary Morse code. I have a number of Paul's computer printouts which contain translations of those allegedly alien messages. If one breaks these apart into their component words, sentence fragments, and sentences, and then shuffles the components, the result is such that the new message says virtually the same thing as the old one. The messages look fascinating until one examines the method by which they were derived. After that, they are not nearly so interesting. Unfortunately, lots of people saw the messages. Very few had the opportunity to examine the computer program which generated them. Along these same lines, at least some of the things Paul was seeing and identifying as alien spacecraft were definitely not UFOs at all. One evening while visiting him, we went out on his sun deck just at twilight, and he pointed out a series of lights slowly maneuvering far out over the West Mesa, perhaps 25 or 30 miles away. These, he said, were alien craft involved in abducting people and implanting them. There certainly were lights maneuvering out there, but even through good binoculars, they were not readily identifiable. Paul insisted they were UFOs and showed us how to conduct a little test with our binoculars, which he said would prove it. Interested, but unconvinced, I drove directly to West Mesa immediately after leaving Paul's home and parked my car at a spot where I felt I would be able to get a good look at anything flying around that area. Sure enough, helicopters carrying large searchlights began to maneuver slowly over my vantage point, only moments after I arrived. One went directly over me at an altitude of about 300 feet, and there is no doubt that it was a helicopter. The next day I called Kirtland, and they confirmed to me that there had indeed been a search and rescue training mission in that area the night before. Such operations, they informed me, were conducted over that area quite frequently. That was in 1982. 2 years later, in 1984, Paul was still making the same claims about these maneuvering lights to other UFO researchers. As far as I'm aware, I was the only one who took the trouble to check. Paul is a convincing and compelling individual in person. He talks an excellent story, and it's easy to see why so many people have been so intrigued by it over the years. Unfortunately, too many of the people who have interviewed Paul have chosen to draw their conclusions about him based solely or largely upon what he says, and not upon the entire body of evidence presented by the larger picture of the case itself. I, too, have spent considerable time with Paul over a period of years and came to know him quite well in that process. As already stated, I viewed a large number of Paul's films and photographs. I carefully examined satellite and aerial survey photographs of both Archuleta Peak and Mesa, as well as aerial photos of the area taken by Paul himself. I examined the computer program Paul was using to decode the alleged alien radio transmissions and communications, and I had a lengthy discussion about this matter with the late Dr. Alan Hynek, who had also independently examined Paul's program. I spent considerable time discussing the affair with both Jim and Cora Lorenzen, both of whom were quite skeptical of it. And I have copies of many of the reports and letters Paul submitted to APRO beginning as far back as September of 1979. Moreover, as I have already stated, I was personally aware of the intelligence community's concerted efforts to systematically confuse, discourage, and discredit Paul by providing him with a large body of information on the subject of UFOs, the malevolent aliens who allegedly pilot them, the technology they employ, and the underground bases they supposedly possess and occupy. The entire story of a secret treaty between the U.S. government and the aliens, of exchanges of technology between us and the aliens, of battles between aliens and American armed forces, and of aliens allegedly having implanted hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of human beings for for the purpose of taking over the world and using us as cattle or slaves came about as a result of the disinformation process. I know because I was in a position to observe much of this process as it unfolded, and I was providing regular reports on its effectiveness to some of the very people who were doing it to Paul. And I can tell you that it was effective because I watched Paul become systematically more paranoid and more emotionally unstable as he tried to assimilate what was happening to him. He had guns and knives all over his house. He had installed extra locks on his doors, and he swore that they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with hideous chemicals which would knock him out for long periods of time. He told me he had no idea what they were doing with him after he was knocked out. He began to suffer increasing bouts of insomnia. Others took over the day-to-day operation of his business as he went through this. One day, I watched him eat not a bite of his lunch while he chain-smoked 28 cigarettes in 45 minutes. I knew at that time that he was not far from an inevitable nervous collapse. His health had deteriorated. He had lost considerable weight. His hand shook as if from palsy, and he looked terrible. I tried to counsel him to drop the entire UFO thing before his health was completely destroyed. He said he knew things were getting bad and he was trying to cope with it. Not long afterward, I heard he had been hospitalized and was under psychiatric care. Whether UFOs were actually ever involved with all of this and to what extent, I never really knew. Perhaps Paul had merely stumbled upon signals generated from some sophisticated high-level government project whose security people had hit upon UFO-related disinformation as their ultimate cover. Or perhaps he had discovered a real, although somewhat less sensational government UFO project, if that's possible, which elected to disinform him to protect what they were really doing. I do know from first-hand experience that there was a tremendous amount of government disinformation involved, and that a large proportion of what we are hearing today about malevolent aliens, underground bases, secret treaties with the U.S. government has its roots firmly planted in the Benowitz affair. Stories of an alleged UFO crash at Aztec, New Mexico are also a part of this picture, but I'll save comment on that until later in this paper. In any case, from what I knew of all of this, its purpose was strictly to discredit Benowitz and nothing more. What amazes me is that nearly a decade later, these same stories continue to circulate. Recently, one of the most prominent figures in the current disinformation wave, which has been sweeping the UFO community, was quoted as having stated that he found Paul Benowitz's information to be 100% true. This person spent a couple of days talking to Benowitz back in the summer of 1987, and he has spent considerable time since spreading elaborate and increasingly sensationalistic stories based, he claims, on information gathered from a variety of unnamed sources. Strip away the fluff, and what you have left is essentially the Benowitz story all over again. There is no question in my mind that it's mostly disinformation, pure and simple. And since I know that connections exist between those who are spreading it now and those who were spreading it then, both from the Benowitz angle and from within the intelligence community, it seems reasonable to conclude that those responsible for it are not satisfied their task has been completed even after all this time. Knowing what is going on, however, is simply not enough. The real question is why. It was just that question I asked myself when I first ran into the disinformation operation that was being run on Benowitz. It seemed to me at that time that I was in a rather unique position. There I was, with my foot literally in the door of a secret counterintelligence game that gave every appearance of being somehow directly connected to a high-level government UFO project. And judging by the positions of the people I knew to be directly involved with it, definitely had something to do with national security. There was no way I was going to allow the opportunity to pass me by without learning at least something about what was going on. Many ufologists have run up against disinformation over the years. Virtually all of them viewed it as a negative process and backed away from it either in anger or disgust as soon as they discovered what they were dealing with. Even today, the UFO community unanimously considers anyone known or suspected of dealing in disinformation to be one of the bad guys, someone to be shunned or avoided at all costs, and certainly never, ever to be believed. I, on the other hand, determined to take quite a different tack. I would play the disinformation game, get my hands dirty just often enough to lead those directing the process into believing that I was doing exactly what they wanted me to do. And all the while, continue to burrow my way into the matrix so as to learn as much as possible about who was directing it and why. It would be a classic case of turning the tables on the very ones who were most confident that they had the situation well in hand. There was just one thing I needed to do this: secrecy. I couldn't tell anyone about what I was doing. For if I did, and word got back to those in control, I would be immediately cut off and cast adrift before I could learn anything. It was a formidable problem. Some of the contacts I had made during the Benowitz affair seemed friendly and professed a desire to end the UFO cover-up and assist in getting government information on UFOs out to the public in a slow and methodical manner so as not to create panic. Others seemed more interested in obtaining information from me, often on what other members of the UFO community were doing, and sometimes on other completely unrelated subjects. Whatever information I managed to get from these individuals in return usually came as a result of asking just the right questions in just the right ways. Sometimes it took months or even years of establishing a relationship with someone before anything useful came from it. The most difficult part of it all was trying to determine what was real and what was bullshit. One of the key factors in any successful disinformation scheme is that it must contain some elements of truth in order to make it credible. Knowing that, however, is one thing. Doing something with it is quite another. When you're dealing with what you know to be a classified program, and you're determined to get information without breaking any laws and running afoul of national security, you're walking a very fine line. And that's why it takes a long time to get results. In June of 1982, I approached my friend Jamie Chandray and brought him into the project. At that time, I also began briefing Stanton as to what was going on. Both of them knew that I was in contact with a number of people within the intelligence community on the subject of UFOs. And both were aware that at least some of the information coming through was disinformation. But both only had minimal knowledge of the private goals and conclusions I had established some months earlier. As the project progressed, this actually turned out to be more of an asset than a drawback. Indeed, the three of us were an excellent team in that we each approached the problem from a different angle. From my point of view, the process was one of slowly and methodically burrowing into a beehive from the outside with the goal of ultimately reaching the queen bee and the royal jelly at the center. Since I never knew whether the other bees I was certain to meet along the way would be friendly or not, I had to proceed cautiously, both in order to avoid getting stung and to learn as much as possible about what might lie ahead. The control factor, as I saw it, rested largely with me and the way I proceeded. Jamie, on the other hand, saw it as a somewhat different process. He too felt we were burrowing into a beehive. But in his view of things, our burrowing was at the express invitation of the queen bee herself. who clandestinely oversaw and encouraged the process from a distance as part of her private plan to get free of politics that surrounds and restrains her. As long as we followed the signposts along the way, Jamie felt, the learning process would continue and we could never get stung. Stanton, as the scientist of the group, was the one best qualified to conduct a careful and organized search for corroborating witnesses and evidence in places outside of the loop Jamie and I were part of. And by the way, just as a matter of personal privilege here, I would like to react to a nasty comment about Stanton which appeared in a recent issue of Jim Mosley's Saucer Smear newsletter. In this comment, the writer, after first characterizing Stanton as a gullible individual, went on to wonder whether he could be trusted to expose the MJ-12 documents as phony if his research turned up conclusive evidence to that effect. It's a legitimate question, and I'd like to answer it by stating that not only Stanton, but all of us are firmly committed to releasing a full and complete report on this matter. If evidence should come to light suggesting that the documents are phony, you have my firm assurance that it will most certainly be included in the report. Gullibility is not an issue here. The matter is far larger than that. In any case, Stanton, Jamie, and I are all working toward the same goal, that of trying to discover what is truth and what isn't with respect to the government and UFOs. My role in the Benowitz affair had at least secured me a seat in the right theater. From there, it was only a question of whether I could use my balcony ticket to discover who owned the place and was making the major operational decisions. Both Jamie and I felt that in order to have any hope of success at all, we absolutely had to play the game according to their rules. That meant doing everything possible to give the appearance that we were essentially useful idiots who would cause no trouble, while at the same time playing the double game of keeping our eyes and ears open in order to learn as much as we could about what was going on. In so doing, we were gradually able to expand our base of friendly contact people, while working our way further and further into the truly bizarre intelligence labyrinth that surrounds the subject of UFOs. I have no problem in telling you that it's been a tedious, time and resource-consuming task which has been made all the more difficult by the constant barrage of rocks, hoots, and bottles thrown in our direction from a segment of the UFO community which out of ignorance chose to take up unfriendly and unsympathetic positions toward us. Were it not for the fact that we were constantly challenged by the twists and turns of our project and by the hope that we could ultimately come away from it with a smoking gun in hand, I'm convinced we would have thrown in the towel a long time ago. Indeed, I must admit that there were several occasions when we tried to do just that, only to be encouraged to continue by some of our friends from the inside who had come to believe in what we were doing and respected us for it. The anonymous arrival of the so-called MJ-12 documents in December of 1984 was another factor we had to contend with in this increasingly confusing web. The problem of their origin and authenticity was and remains a major issue. And on this point, our position of neutrality has constantly been misinterpreted. Therefore, for the record, it is important to point out here once again that at no time have either I or any of my associates ever stated that these documents are authentic. Our position has consistently been that we do not know whether they are authentic, but that we as investigators remain unaware of any convincing evidence which would suggest that they are not. That position remains essentially unchanged today, and I'll have more to say about it when I get to the end of this paper. The bottom line, however, is that authentic or not, the story of the documents is a major story, and one which, as I've already assured you, will ultimately be told when the time is ready to tell it. That process has already taken considerably longer than I had thought it would. I cannot predict when it will be complete, but I can say that progress has been made, And I, for one, certainly hope it won't be too much longer. For the many of you who have roundly criticized our methodology throughout the MJ-12 controversy, it seems important to note here that what you were witnessing was the operation of a plan to put out just enough of this bizarre information to attract attention, and then carefully monitor who showed up with questions to ask or information to offer. Once again, I was careful to state that I remained unconvinced of the authenticity of the information involved. In the case of the Falcon and Condor interviews broadcast last October on UFO Cover-Up Live, I'm convinced that at least some of that information falls under the category of disinformation. I'm equally convinced that some of it is true. The important point here is that regardless of whether it is disinformation or truth, it does have to do with UFOs. And the sources who provided it felt that doing so was important enough to risk going before national television in order to accomplish that purpose. Remember also that those sources knew that Falcon and Condor would be identified on the show as confidential government informants. The risk was all theirs, not ours. And still they went ahead, just as they are currently going ahead with the process of arranging a meeting which will enable them to tell their stories before one or more members of Congress. I submit to you that such a process is extraordinary, regardless of the truth or deception involved. And I think it's high time the UFO community stopped throwing rocks at it and began to consider the implications. One thing I can assure you is that rocks or not, our project will continue. You can either become involved, as others in the UFO community have done, or you can sit back and wait for results. Whatever those results, good, bad, positive, or negative, you will hear about them. Our trolling of the bait by means of a progressive release of information and ultimately by arranging for Falcon and Condor to appear on the UFO Cover-Up Live show produced a variety of interesting results. Shortly after the show, the FBI showed up and began asking questions about it. They even arranged for a private showing in the office of producer Michael Seligman. Agents on both East and West Coasts interviewed a number of ufologists and other people, including Jamie Chanderay. But although I let it be known that I'd be more than happy to talk to them, they avoided me. This I found to be particularly interesting in light of the FBI's admission in response to a FOIA request that they have nearly 60 pages of material on me that is all classified for reasons of national security. That was in July of 1988. I still have no idea what those pages contain. Another thing that occurred, as we had hoped it would, was that a rather small number of people came out of the woodwork claiming to have inside knowledge of one type or another about MJ-12 or similar government UFO projects. After weeding out the obvious cranks and several others whose claims did not check out, or whose stories changed every time they told them, we were left with a few leads which seemed promising. It's premature to offer you a report on these at this time because we're still checking. Also, seemingly in direct relationship to our partial release of MJ-12 material 2 years ago, the flow of UFO-related disinformation has escalated from a point of near insignificance to what has become almost a flood tide. Indeed, many of you in the audience came here tonight looking for answers to questions related directly to that problem. As I have taken great pains to point out, the current crop of disinformation is really nothing new. It's just that a different crop of people are spreading it this time around. I expect that those responsible, not the rumor mongers themselves, but the ones who are feeding them, thought it would work just as well this time as it did last. The one thing I'm sure they didn't count on is that I would tell my story and thus blow their cover. And And speaking of blowing cover, and speaking of blowing cover, I think it's high time that I tell you what I know about another situation that has found its way into the current crop of UFO disinformation. I offer this not to embarrass the person involved, but rather to shed light on an incident which, by the accounts of it, have appeared recently in a variety of UFO newsletters and at least one new book. Aztec rumor. Rick indicated he knew nothing about the matter and asked me to tell him everything I could. I did so, and as I recall, he took some notes. We discussed a number of other things as well. Some months later, in early 1983, I became aware that Rick was involved with a team of several others, including one fellow from Denver that I knew of, and at least one who was working out of Washington, D.C., in playing an elaborate disinformation game against a prominent cattle mutilation researcher who, at the time, had close connections with a major television film company interested in doing a UFO documentary. Although I was not in a position to know everything about what was going on, I had access to enough of it to conclude that the government seemed hell-bent on severing the ties that existed between the researcher and the film company. My understanding was that because the researcher was known to have close ties to Benowitz and had exhibited a strong interest in his work, certain elements within the intelligence community were concerned that the story of his having intercepted electromagnetic emissions from the Kirtland-Sandia area would end up as part of the script of a feature film. Since this in turn might influence others, possibly even the Soviets, to attempt similar interceptions, someone in a control position apparently felt it had to be stopped before it got out of hand. In any case, the prime objective of the counterintelligence people who swarmed around Benowitz between 1980 and 84 seemed to be the maintenance of a high-level security net around the radio signals he was intercepting. I was unable to determine why this was a priority at the time, and I still do not know today. What I do know, however, is that since they couldn't physically stop Paul from intercepting these signals, and since they hadn't been successful in enlisting his voluntary silence, they fell back on a wall of disinformation as the best way to confuse the issue, and ultimately to call his credibility into question. When the filmmaker appeared on the scene, and it looked as if Paul's story might become part of the script, the counterintelligence people simply extended their disinformation activities accordingly. Part of this game involved a meeting between the cattle mutilation researcher in question, Agent Richard Doty, and others at the AFOSI office at Kirtland Air Force Base, wherein the researcher subsequently claimed to have been allowed to view certain purportedly sensitive documents about the government's alleged involvement with UFOs. Part of this material included information about an alleged UFO crash retrieval at Aztec. Richard Doty, who's bound by a security oath, cannot, and I am told will not, discuss this matter, except to say that he broke no laws and gave away no secrets that day. That, insofar as I'm aware, is entirely correct. I, on the other hand, was never required to sign a security oath, and am therefore breaking no laws when I tell you quite candidly that the information which changed hands on that day was directly descended from the discussion Doty and I had had only a few months earlier. I can also tell you that it was a very effective deception, because the researcher involved continues to believe this information and actively continues to try to convince others of its truth even now, more than 6 years after the fact. Unfortunately, there was no UFO crash at Aztec, nor was there much truth to any of the other material supplied to this particular researcher, either at that meeting or during later encounters. The much-touted alien harvest is really a dismal crop failure. To the best of my knowledge, it was all disinformation, and I was the unfortunate one who had unwittingly supplied the fuel to those who were spreading the fire. I've held my silence on this matter for more than 6 years. Now you know the truth. Disinformation is a strange and bizarre game. Those who play it are completely aware that an operation's success is dependent upon dropping information upon a target or mark in such a way that the person will accept it as truth and will repeat and even defend it to others as if it were true. Once this has been accomplished, we certainly have a number of rude people in this audience. That's too bad. Once this has been accomplished, the work of the counterintelligence specialist is complete. They can simply withdraw in the confidence that the dirty work of spreading their poison seeds will be done by others. Those who want proof of how well the process works need only look around you. Every time one of you repeats an unverified or unsubstantiated bit of information without qualifying it as such, you are contributing to that process. And every time you do it, somebody in a need-to-know position sits back and has a horse laugh at your expense. One final comment on the Aztec hoax is that 2 other individuals who self-published a voluminous book, UFO Crash at Aztec, on the affair in 1987, chose to completely omit any mention of my extensive research on the case, which had been published 2 years earlier, and which both researchers had copies of. It's a classic case of the book's principal author having decided that what his conclusion would be before even beginning the process of investigating, and then ignoring everything which didn't fit. One of the problems the ufology movement has with its image is that there are a significant number of people involved with it who not only support this sort of journalism, but encourage it. The next section of this presentation will deal with questions and answers, but the format will be a bit different, in that I will not take questions from the audience, but have elected to incorporate a number of questions and their answers directly into the body of this paper. Question number 1. Am I currently involved with providing information to any government agency about UFOs or about people involved with the UFO phenomenon? Answer: no. I have not had any such involvement since 1984.
Frankly, I'm a little ashamed of some people in this audience, regardless of what you believe, what you hear, or not. This is not a debate. It is a paper trying to be presented. Now, please show a little courtesy.
Thank you. I'll repeat that question. Am I currently involved with providing information to any government agency about UFOs or about people involved with the UFO phenomenon? Answer: no. I have not had any such involvement since 1984. The extent and the scope of that involvement were essentially as I have already outlined to you and nothing more. Question 2. Am I presently involved in knowingly spreading any sort of disinformation about UFOs? Answer: no. The only conscious involvement I have ever had with a disinformation operation was that which I have already outlined in connection with the Benowitz case. Question 3. Am I presently or have I ever been on the payroll of any agency of the U.S. government? No. Question 4. What about my involvement with UFO researcher Lee Graham? Answer. Earlier in this paper, I told you of how I was recruited to supply information on Mr. Benowitz in 1980. The exact wording of my statement was, Benowitz, and to a lesser extent, several other individuals. One of those other individuals was Lee Graham. This began in 1983, if memory serves. It's important to note here that in addition to being a UFO researcher, Lee is also an avid military aircraft buff. As far as I'm aware, the counterintelligence people were primarily interested in him because at the time, Lee was making a lot of inquiries and collecting a great deal of information on the then very highly classified stealth aircraft program. Apparently there was some question as to why he was so interested in obtaining information on so sensitive a subject. In other words, was he using it solely to satisfy a personal curiosity, or was he passing it on to others who perhaps had foreign intelligence connections? There seemed to be only minimal interest in his UFO activities. Lee is a completely above-board individual who is a loyal U.S. citizen. In the process of keeping in touch with him, we became good friends. His knowledge of the fact that I had friends in the intelligence community gradually evolved into the firm belief on his part that I was much more than I really was. The ID card story, which has become the subject of so much speculation lately, stems from nothing more than a practical joke which has simply gotten out of hand. Since the story surrounding it is somewhat longer than the time here will allow, I will commit to publishing it later in our newsletter so that it will be on record for anyone interested in the facts. The fact is, I do not hold a government ID card. But think about it for just one moment. If I did, does it make sense that I'd pull it out of my wallet and show it to Lee Graham, or anybody else for that matter? Question 5. Is it true that several hours of interviews with a source code named Falcon were videotaped, some in the presence of bona fide members of the news media? And is it true, as some have alleged, that those tapes were confiscated by the U.S. government? Answer. Yes, it is true that those tapes were made. And no, it is not true that they were confiscated. They are still in our possession. Question 6. Is it true that I've characterized the cattle mutilation phenomenon as a hoax? Answer. No. Question 7. Do I know anything about the so-called Ellsworth Air Force Base humanoid case of 1977 and the documents associated with it? Answer. Yes. Some people have characterized this case as a hoax, while others have attributed it to official disinformation. It's my position that this was a special counterintelligence training exercise in the creation and dissemination of disinformation. And yes, Richard Doty, who was stationed at Ellsworth at the time, was clearly a part of it, but not in any capacity where he would have been responsible for creating the documents involved. Question 8. Do I know anything about the so-called Weitzel letter? Answer, yes. The letter, which is loosely based upon an actual UFO case, was written anonymously to APRO in July of 1980 by Richard Doty, is directly related to the Benowitz affair. Essentially, it was bait. AFOSI knew that Benowitz had close ties with the APRO organization at the time, and they were interested in recruiting someone within the organization who would be in a position to provide them with feedback on Benowitz's activities and communications. Since I was an APRO board member, the Weitzel letter was passed to me for action shortly after it had been received. It was not long thereafter that I came to know Richard Doty. and began to provide him with information about Benowitz and his case. Question 9. What do I know about the so-called Aquarius document, which purports to be a facsimile AFOSI message, with a few spurious additions? I neither typed nor retyped this document. It was created by AFOSI, or at least I always assumed it was, and it was handed to me in February 1981 with the intention that I would pass it to Benowitz. My understanding, although I never knew for sure, was that Benowitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as a counterfeit and Benowitz would be further discredited. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, depending upon one's point of view, it didn't turn out that way. A highlighted version of this document showing the real information and the added information appears in the current issue of our newsletter, which will be available at our table out in the lobby. I might also add that the entire text of this speech is also in there. One additional bit of information about this document is the way that it came to be known to the UFO community. In September of 1982, insofar as I was aware, there were only 3 copies of this document in existence. One of these I had given to Benowitz. The second was in safekeeping, and a third was in my briefcase during a trip which I had made to San Francisco. While there, I had a morning meeting with a man who turned out later to be an associate of ufologist Peter Gersten. That same afternoon, my car was broken into, and the briefcase was stolen. There is a police report, by the way, on file in San Francisco. 4 months later, a copy of that same document, complete with annotations I had penciled on it, turned up in the hands of none other than Gersten himself. To this day, I have never received a satisfactory explanation of how he obtained it. Question 10. What about the AFOSI documents which speak of a 1980 UFO landing near a nuclear storage facility within the Kirtland Air Force Base complex? Are these documents more disinformation, or are they authentic? Answer: to the best of my knowledge, they are authentic. Question 11. What about other documents which I've either alluded to having or have published portions of without providing further details? Answer: there are a number of these, and they came to us in several different ways. None of them, however, seem to have any direct connection to the Benowitz case, nor, as far as I can tell, was Richard Doty directly involved in supplying them to us. Whether they are legitimate or disinformation, or more likely a combination of both, is still a matter of question. Once we have completed our study of these materials, we will make them available as well. Our publication of expurgated copies of some of this material also served a definite purpose, but that's another story. Question number 12. UFO basher Phil Klass has been the topic of a number of rumors lately to the effect that he's an active government disinformation agent. What do I think about that? Answer: Mr. Klass is a very astute individual who has long been a close follower of my activities. Indeed, I believe he was the only one out of the entire UFO community who managed to figure out what I and my associates were up to. And it horrified him. In my opinion, the very idea that someone might actually be capable of getting far enough into the UFO problem to unmask his debunking claims constituted a personal threat to him that had to be dealt with. He has been obsessed with doing everything possible to try to either stop or discredit us ever since. The handout he passed around today to many of you is just another example of it. As to his motives, I think it's best left to Mr. Klass to explain why he behaves as he does. Perhaps Phil bashes UFOs and the people who see them for the same reason that other people tear the wings off of flies. Or perhaps he gets well paid to do what he does. If there's nothing to UFOs, as he's consistently claimed, then I can't imagine why he gets so emotional about them. Unless, of course, it's all part of the script. Phil's been bashing UFOs for over 20 years now. In that process, he's always been very quick to ascribe ulterior motives to the people who report them and investigate them. There are a lot of people in this audience who would be very interested in hearing what his ulterior motives are. Why does Mr. Class bash UFOs? I, for one, would welcome a rational explanation of just why a man would devote 20 years of his life to an essentially one-man crusade against something which he claims doesn't exist. If he's not spreading disinformation, if he's not on some government or private payroll, then just what is he up to, and precisely what does he hope to accomplish by it? How about it, folks? How many of you would like to hear what makes Class tick? I think he owes us all an explanation of what, in my opinion, and I'm sure in that of many others here, has been 20 long years of unprofessional attitude. As a matter of fact, I think he owes a lot of people an apology, myself included. The pages of my newsletter are open to you, Phil. Whenever you're ready to explain yourself, we'll be more than happy to print it. And now, having gotten that out of the way, it seems to be an appropriate place to tell you the story of man's first contact with the Martians. During a worldwide telecast of the Martian ambassador's press conference, the following dialogue transpired. Reporter: "Tell me, Mr. Martian, what sort of social structure do you have on Mars?" Martian: "Well, we're all devout communists. There are no cares or worries in our society, and we are all extremely happy." Reporter: "Well, what's the one thing about living on Mars that makes your people the happiest?" Martian: "Well, that's a very easy question. You see, unlike the people on Earth, we on Mars enjoy the distinct advantage of living in a completely classless society." So moving from the humorous back to the serious, here's question 13. What do I think of Whitley Strieber and his claims of being a UFO abductee? Answer: At first I was highly skeptical and admittedly somewhat jealous of Whitley. As a result, I undertook to get to know the man in order to assess things for myself. In that process, he's earned my respect, my admiration, and my friendship. Whitley has come very close to the truth in a number of ways, and although still somewhat baffled by his own experiences, he's found a very acceptable way of accommodating them into his life. If one makes a conscious effort to remove Whitley's emotional reactions and then takes a hard look at the remaining core of information, the result is an insightful look into what gives every appearance of being a real situation. In any event, I certainly wouldn't dismiss this man too lightly. We're going to hear a lot more from him before it's all over. Question 14. Jerome Clark reported in Fate magazine that I and Jamie Chandere made a trip to Washington, D.C. in anticipation of meeting a live alien, and were stood up in the process. Doesn't this imply that we were highly gullible individuals, and that the experience was probably just a practical joke on the part of the disinformation crowd? Answer: not at all. If you stop to think about it, considering what you now know of our project and its goals, we had a story no matter what happened. We made the trip because we simply couldn't lose. But then there's more to that experience than you know about. Once again, let me caution the hasty pudding crowd not to jump to conclusions until all the facts are in. Question 15. What are my plans for the future? Answer. I and my associates will continue our work and will continue to keep you informed of our results as circumstances warrant. What you've heard today is only part of a larger body of information. Question 16. Assuming they're interested, what can fellow ufologists do to support our continuing efforts? Answer. First of all, what we're doing takes a lot of time and a lot of money. We have the time. Money's not always available. The easiest thing you can do is to make some contribution to the effort. If not in cash, which by no means do we request, you might want to offer time, research services. You might have information which you feel we might be interested in. In any case, feel free to contact us at any time. 2 years ago in Washington, D.C., I stated we were looking for help. The response was damn few offers and a lot of rocks thrown in our direction. I can say to you now that at last inventory we had plenty of rocks. We still need the help. Those of you that still have rocks to throw, allow me to suggest that they might be put to better use by tossing them at the rumor mongers, or the disinformers, or the incompetents that are presently running rampant. Those people are the ones that are giving us a bad image. Question 17. What about the so-called Blue Book 13 report? Answer. I think it's best left up to those who are circulating this material to provide the proof of its authenticity. I remain unconvinced of it, but open-minded. Which brings me at last to the final section of this lengthy paper. It seems to me that it's high time I made my position clear about a few things. A lot of people seem to be very interested in knowing where Bill Moore stands. So here goes. Let me begin by stating that the positions presented here are entirely my own. All are based upon evidence obtained by me and by associates during the course of our project. Some of that has been made available already. Some is provided for the first time in this paper, and some remains to be released at a later, more appropriate time. As to the existence and depth of that which is yet to be released, you'll just have to take my word for the time being. To the best of my knowledge, everything here is true. Indeed, although I confess to having practiced an occasional deception now and again over the years in order to protect the integrity of what I was doing, our goal from the very beginning was to keep things as above board as possible. After all, ours is a search for answers, not an effort to create more mysteries. Position number one is that a highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization is visiting planet Earth and is actively manipulating our awareness of their presence here. Position number two. Elements of at least two of the U.S. government's intelligence agencies are aware of this, and both are presently conducting highly classified, ongoing research projects. I can tell you without reservation that at least one of these efforts, and possibly both, has access to electromagnetic, optical, and infrared signature data which, if released to the public, would provide proof positive that some UFOs represent somebody else's highly advanced technology. Unfortunately, I can't tell you more at this time. I wish I could. Those of you who find me competent and credible will take this as a revelation, which is as it should be. Those who hold other opinions will continue to throw rocks while loudly demanding at the same time that I deliver proof positive into their hands on a silver platter so that they can call it their own and claim credit for it. Patience, my friends. Position 3. U.S. government counterintelligence people have conducted an on-again, off-again campaign of deception and disinformation about the UFO phenomenon for more than 40 years. Those who have been responsible for such operations are highly placed individuals within at least two separate agencies, and there does seem to be a degree of cooperation between them. These operations involve a large number of people and are well organized. They also include the use of phony documents and the recruiting of informants who are able to provide information on the activities of people conducting UFO research or who have had UFO experiences. Why is this happening? My experience suggests 5 different reasons. A, the disinformation provides security cover for a real UFO project which exists at a very high level and is known only to an elite few. B, it is also useful as part of a security process designed to divert attention away from the real but non-UFO related high-tech research and development projects. C, it is a manipulation by a group of highly placed and well-to-do individuals like the trilateralists who espouse a one-world philosophy and who are using the UFO phenomena in an effort to bring about world unity in the face of an unknown threat from space. D, it provides a convenient way to train counterintelligence agents in the techniques of deception and disinformation. E, it is a manipulation by UFO aliens themselves as part of their plan to gradually make human society aware of their presence. My position is that the truth is better. Whether those people are witting or unwitting tools of this process, I do not know. The last thing the disinformation people expected, however, is that someone who knew of their activities with the Benowitz affair would pop up after so many years and burst their balloon. Position 4. We have been able to confirm that there is in fact a group known as MJ-12 which operates at the White House National Security Council level. To the best of my knowledge, this group still uses MJ-12 as the designator. The level of security around this group is such that we have not yet succeeded in establishing whether or not its functions are UFO related, or even precisely how long the group has existed. Along these same lines, none of our sources has indicated any knowledge whatsoever with terms such as Magi, Majesty, PI-40, Plato, Garnet, or a number of other terms currently being spread by certain elements. Position 5. There is, in fact, a Project Aquarius, possibly 2 of them. We have succeeded in obtaining considerable information about one such project in the 1971-73 time frame, and sketchy information about another, which may be a later extension of the first one, in the 76 to 85 time frame. This information includes contract and report numbers, as well as the names of several individuals who worked on the project. More details will be forthcoming later. Meanwhile, it ill behooves UFO researchers to deluge the government with freedom of information requests for details of sensitive high-level projects. This simply alerts the powers that be that you are onto them, and thus makes it all the more difficult to obtain information through other channels. In the rush for me first in the UFO community, we are often our own worst enemies. Discretion is the better part of valor. Position 6. With respect to the controversial MJ-12 papers, these have now been examined by a number of question documents experts. And other research on them is continuing as well, as you've just heard from my friend Stanton. In the case of the Cutler-Twining memo found in the National Archives, I can state with reasonable certainty that it is an authentic document, and that best evidence indicates that someone planted it amidst the papers of Record Group 341, knowing that there was a strong chance we would find it there. With respect to the so-called Eisenhower briefing document, there is still no compelling reason to believe it is anything but authentic. On the other hand, its authenticity remains far from proved. So in the final analysis, the scale remains balanced by the weight of arguments on both sides. If it's the real thing, it's going to take extraordinary evidence to convince even some of the more liberal skeptics. If it's a hoax, it's extraordinarily well done, much better than the sort of disinformation I encountered in connection with the Benowitz case. Of course, it still may be disinformation, but then again, it may not. Either way, there's a major story here, and the controversy is far from over. If it's real, it speaks for itself. If it's disinformation, the equally important story of why needs to be told. As for the so-called Truman Executive Order of September 24th, 1947, which is actually the final page of the portion of the Eisenhower document which we have, the analysts have come up with mixed results. Though not yet disproved, this document presents the weakest case of the three. We are working on a final report on this matter, which will include the results of typeface analysis and other processes. It's going to be a lengthy affair. Before leaving it, however, I would like to at least comment on what has emerged as the most controversial aspect of the MJ-12 document affair, that of the date format. There are a couple of points I would like to make. One, if the similarities between stylistic characteristics of the documents and my own writings are important, as some have claimed, then are not dissimilarities equally important? There are some, you know, even in the way the dates are written. Why do those who go to such pains to point out similarities not go to equal pains to point out dissimilarities, especially when they claim to be using the scientific method? Could it, I wonder, be prejudiced? Or does the word incompetence better describe it? 2, we are by no means convinced that the date format is as critical an issue as others would make it out to be. While the style is admittedly unusual, it is not without precedent. And that, of course, is the bottom line, isn't it? 3, to those of you who still harbor suspicions that I created the documents and am perpetrating a hoax, I say thank you for the compliment. To those of you who think it more likely that I am the innocent victim of an elaborate hoax, I concede that this remains a possibility which has not yet been entirely ruled out. Position 7. The matter of alien abductions of humans is apparently regarded as serious by those within the government who are aware of the extraterrestrial nature of UFOs. This is evidenced by the fact that the government has gone so far as to disinform its own counterintelligence people on that very subject. I don't know. Position 8. The secret behind the government UFO cover-up is essentially an awareness of what UFOs are by a few people in high places who have connections with the National Security Council and the White House. Widespread publicity about the abduction phenomenon is an unwelcome in what is already a difficult situation. Within the in-group, there are strong differences of opinion as to whether information should be released to the public and how fast. There seems to be some consternation about exactly who is in control of the situation. Position 9. Ufology has been stumbling around for 30 years looking for answers. Unless something is done to reduce the petty bickering, the rumor mongering, the name calling, the ego massaging, the power politics, and the personal vendettas which have been taking up our time, sapping our strength, and disgracing our image lately, I expect mainstream ufology will go right on stumbling for a long time to come. What is needed, I submit, is a society of professional ufologists which adheres to established research procedures and techniques, which maintains a rigorous set of ethics and standards, and which limits its membership to a few whose competence has been appropriately demonstrated. No matter what happens, however, I am committed to completing the process I have begun. I am presently working with a network of more than a dozen individuals, some of whom hold some very impressive credentials. We have been actively exploring the labyrinth of government UFO involvement, and we will continue to do so until we feel the task is complete or that we can go no further. Our group is euphemistically called the Aviary, and each individual uses a code name of a bird as an identifier. We will continue to provide the UFO community with data, and we will continue to proceed in a way which we feel best suits our purposes. A number of people have suggested to me recently that I should defend myself against various allegations and rumors which have been circulating lately. Well, folks, you've just heard the case for the defense. Now reach down inside of yourselves and wrench forth a judgment. I and my group of associates are going to find some answers, no matter what it takes and no matter how long it takes. We are out there digging, and we are going to continue to dig, either with the support of the UFO community or without it. Armchair researchers and hasty-pudding potshot plagiarist ufologists whose only goal is to make themselves look important at others' expense, take note. Those of you who think we're doing a good job and want to be part of that process, please know that we welcome any support you feel you can offer, even if we've had personal differences between us in the past. Those who feel it's all a con game, or that it's all disinformation, can continue to throw all the rocks you want. We're going to go right on without you, just as we always have. In closing, I wish to state that the text you've just heard me read is copyrighted. As such, any use of printed, video, or audio reproductions of this material without permission is prohibited. And finally, this paper marks a radical change of position for me. In the past, I've always been very careful to qualify my statements about the possible extraterrestrial nature of UFOs so as to leave room for other explanations. All the evidence that my associates and I have accumulated to date, however, boils down to two inescapable conclusions. First, there is an extraterrestrial presence here on planet Earth. And second, a small number of individuals within our government know it, but remain undecided as to what to do about it. These two things represent the bottom line. From there, it's only a question of uncovering just how much of the rest of the UFO story is for real and how much of it is bullshit. That is precisely what we intend to do. So either climb aboard and hang on, or get off the tracks. I apologize for having taken so long. If I've offended, that's unfortunate, but I have tried to be truthful with you. I had a lot to say, and it needed to be said. Thank you, good night, and farewell.
Some of the information is based upon research derived from the information that I saw. For instance, in the documents that I saw, it was stated that President Eisenhower had commissioned a group called the Jason Scholars, which was stated to have been a secret society of scholars, to research the deception, lies, facts, truth, and get at the root and the real truth of the alien question. It also stated that there was a group of 12 men formed by NSC Memo 5410, and that the study group was formed by NSC Memo 5411, and that there was another NSC memo issued to cover the actions of these men and explain the reasons why such prominent men were meeting on a regular basis, and that NSC memo was 5412/1 and 5412/2. 5412/1 was implemented in March of 1955, 5412/2 in November of 1955. Anyone who knows how correspondence, executive orders, and executive memos are written knows that you do not write a memo 5412 in March and then in November tack a second part onto it. The memo was originally really written in 1954. I'm going to go through the whole history. I'm going to have to leave a few things out simply because it's going to be impossible to cover everything in the hour and a half that I have. Before I begin, I would like to read two quotes to you. The first is attributed to Mr. Alistair Cook, who said, quote, "I'll be astounded if this planet is still going 50 years from now. I don't think we will reach 2000. It would be miraculous," unquote. Winston Churchill said, and I quote, "We seem to be moving, drifting, steadily against our will, against the will of every race and every people and every class, towards some hideous catastrophe. Everyone wishes to stop it, but they do not know how." What do you think he was referring to? Ronald Reagan stated on October 18, 1983, in a meeting with Thomas Dine, who is the executive director of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. And I quote Ronald Reagan, "You know, I turn back to your ancient prophets in the Old Testament and the signs foretelling Armageddon, and I find myself wondering if we're the generation that is going to see that come about. I don't know if you've noted any of those prophecies lately, but believe me, they certainly describe the times we're going through." Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this talk that I'm going to give you, I'm going to explain to you the history of this phenomenon, who the secret government really is, and I will name them by name: beginning group, the study group. I will tell you who they are today. I'm going to tell you what this is all about. I'm going to tell you who's selling drugs to your children, and I'm going to tell you why the United States government is afraid for you to find out what the truth is regarding UFOs. I'm going to skip over the early saucer recoveries, but there are many more than what you would expect. The early saucers Is this any better? There were many more saucer crashes and downed craft than what you have realized. There were many more alien bodies recovered, and there were more live aliens recovered than what you are aware of. But that's not important. The important thing is that they occurred, not how many and not where. The important thing is that they occurred. And those of you who want to argue over how many and where and how many bodies are wasting the time of everyone else, because that's not important. What's important is that they occurred. And there are two crashes that are so important that the government will go to any lengths to prevent you from finding out, and those are two crashes which occurred near the city of Aztec, New Mexico. Why? Because both of those crashed craft contained human body parts, and they are deathly afraid of a national panic. Because of this, there was a very, very tight security blanket screwed down tight over all of the alien question. The downed craft, the fact that they were here, the technology that we were recovering. Some craft, strangely enough, were not damaged at all. But we could not recognize anything that we had previously known as mechanical, electrical, hydraulic, or any other thing that we knew of, except eventually we discovered that the craft contained a small reactor approximately the size of a large football or a small basketball, which was said to be a clean reactor, and the craft, this particular craft, used or seemed to use water as fuel. Now, how that all works, I don't know. I am not a nuclear physicist. Thank God. A special group of America's top scientists were organized under the name Project Sign in December of 1947 to study the phenomena. There was no such thing at that time as MJ-12. The whole nasty business was contained within the shroud of secrecy. Project Sign evolved into Project Grudge in December of 1948. A very low-level collection and disinformation project named Blue Book was formed under Grudge. 16 volumes were to come out of Grudge, including the controversial Grudge 13, which I and Bill English saw, read, and revealed to the public. Blue teams were put together to recover the crashed discs and dead or alive aliens. The blue teams were later to evolve into alpha teams under Project Pounce and Project Pluto. During these early years, the United States Air Force and the Central Intelligence Agency exercised complete control over the alien secret. The Air Force was later to be dropped because it was a young service and had no political power and could not overcome the power of the Army and the Navy. In fact, the CIA was formed by presidential executive order, first as a Central Intelligence Group for the express purpose of dealing with the alien presence. Later, the National Security Act was passed, establishing it as the Central Intelligence Agency. The National Security Council was established to oversee the intelligence community and especially the alien endeavor. It was not created specifically to form national policy. In fact, you can say that the National Security Council was the forerunner of MJ-12, and there was another group between MJ-12 and the National Security Council, which is to come later. A series of National Security Council memos and executive orders removed the CIA from the sole task of gathering foreign intelligence and slowly but thoroughly legalized direct action in the form of covert activities at home and abroad. On December 9, 1947, Truman approved issuance of NSC-4, entitled Coordination of Foreign Intelligence Information Measures, at the urging of Secretaries Marshall, Forrestal, Patterson, and the Director of the State Department's Policy Planning Staff, Kennan, who, by the way, were all members of the Council on Foreign Relations. The Foreign and Military Intelligence Book 1, Final Report of the Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations with Respect to Intelligence Activities, United States Senate, 94th Congress, Second Session, Report number 94-755, April 26, 1976, page 49 states, this directive empowered the Secretary of State to coordinate overseas information activities designed to counter communism. A top-secret annex to NSC-4, which was NSC-4 Alpha, or 4A, for those of you who are confused by military terms, instructed the Director of Central Intelligence to undertake covert psychological activities in pursuit of the aims set forth in NSC-4, and secretly was to run a psychological operation against the American public to hide the presence of UFOs. and aliens. The initial authority given the CIA for covert operations under NSC 4A did not establish formal procedures for either coordinating or approving these operations. How many of you understand what I just said to you? Not too many. Let me explain it. What this means, the initial authority given the CIA for covert operations under NSC 4 Alpha did not establish formal procedures for either coordinating or approving these operations. That means they had to answer to no one. It means go do what you got to do. Don't bring any dirt back here because we don't want to see it. Just get the job done. Don't ask anybody. Don't report to anybody. That's exactly what it means. It simply directed the DCI, which is the Director of Central Intelligence, to undertake covert actions and to ensure, through liaison with state and defense, that the resulting operations were consistent with American policy. The only guideline was that it was consistent with American policy. Later, NSC 10-1 and NSC 10-2 were to supersede NSC 4 and NSC 4A, and NSC 10/1 was to establish the Office of Policy Coordination, or the OPC, was chartered to carry out an expanded program of covert activities. It was directly responsible for the alien task projects, and it was the direct forerunner of MJ-12. NSC 10-1 and 10-2 validated illegal and extra-legal practices and procedures as being agreeable to the national security leadership. The reaction, of course, was very swift. In the eyes of the intelligence community, no holes were barred. Under NSC 10-1, an executive coordination group was established to review but not approve covert project proposals. Why? Because if you've ever read or known anything about President Truman, he was a mean little guy, and he didn't believe in trusting everybody else to do the right thing, and he kept the power solidly in his hands. He did not give it to anyone. The ECG was secretly tasked to coordinate the alien projects. NSC 10/1 and 2 were interpreted to mean that no one at the top wanted to know about anything until it was over and successful. These actions established a buffer between the president and the information, and it's important that you understand this because it's important later. It was intended that this buffer serve as a means for the president to deny knowledge if leaks divulged the true state of affairs. That is to prevent the collapse of the government. If the president can stand up and say, I didn't know about it, the government can survive. If the president cannot say that, then you have a very, very dangerous situation indeed. The buffer was used in later years for the purpose of effectively isolating succeeding presidents from any knowledge of the alien presence other than what the secret government and the intelligence community wanted them to know. NSC 10-2 established a study panel which met secretly and was made up of the scientific minds of the day and may very well have included some of those names which are on the fraudulent document known as Majestic 12 or the Eisenhower briefing document, which is in reality a contingency plan to lead you right through the Rose Garden. The study panel was not called MJ-12. In fact, the study panel was never called MJ-12. Another NSC memo, NSC 10/5, further outlined the duties of the study panel. These NSC memos and secret executive orders set the stage for the creation of MJ-12 only 4 years later. Now it gets nasty. Secretary of Defense James Forrestal began to object to the secrecy. He was a very idealistic and religious man who believed that the public should be told. When he began to talk to leaders of the opposition party and leaders of the Congress about the alien problem, he was asked, which is a polite way of saying you're fired, to resign by Truman. He expressed his fears to many people and rightfully believed that he was being watched and that his life was threatened. This was interpreted by those who were ignorant of the facts as paranoia, because most people had no knowledge of what was really going on. Forrestal later was said to have suffered a mental breakdown and was admitted, they say, actually, he was committed to Bethesda Naval Hospital against his will. In fact, it was feared that Forrestal would begin to talk again and he had to be isolated, discredited, and shut up. Sometime in the early morning of May 22nd, 1949, agents of the CIA tied a sheet around his neck, fastened the other end to a fixture in his room, and threw James Forrestal out the window. The sheet tore, and he plummeted to his death, and he became one of the first victims of the cover-up. The live alien that had been taken from the 1949 Roswell crash was called EB. It was short for extraterrestrial biological entity, and all aliens are not called EB. EB had a tendency to lie, and for over a year would give only the desired answers to questions asked. Those questions which would have resulted in an undesirable answer went unanswered. At some point during the second year of captivity, he began to open up, and the information derived from EB was startling, to say the least. And this compilation of his revelations became the foundation of what would later be finished, called the Yellow Book. Photographs were taken of EB, which among others, I and Bill English were to view years later in Grudge 13. Why do they keep the aliens in a Faraday-shielded environment? Because they have a tendency to disappear right through walls. And if you can prevent the transmission of electromagnetic energy, you can stop them from doing it. In late 1951, EB became ill. Medical personnel had been unable to determine the cause of EB's illness and had no background from which to draw. EB's system was chlorophyll-based, and he processed food into energy much the same as plants. Waste material was excreted almost exactly the same as plants. It was decided that an expert in botany was called for. A botanist, Dr. Guillermo Mendoza, was brought in to try and help him recover. Those of you who have been looking for him on medical lists will not find him there. He was a PhD in botany. Dr. Mendoza worked to save EB until mid-1952 when EB died. Dr. Mendoza eventually, according to the information that I read, became the expert on at least this type alien biology. In a futile attempt to save EB and to try and gain favor with this technological superior alien race, the United States began broadcasting a call for help early in 1952 into the vast regions of space. If you know they're better than you, and if you know they can lick you, you better try and be friends with them, and that's what this effort was all about. The call went unanswered, but the project continued as an effort of good faith. President Truman created the super-secret National Security Agency by secret executive order on November 4th, 1952, and until recent years, there wasn't one in 50,000 people in the United States who even knew it existed. Its primary purpose was to decipher the alien communications and language and establish a dialogue with the aliens. This most urgent task was a continuation of the earlier effort and was codenamed Sigma. The secondary purpose of the NSA was to monitor all communications and emissions from any and all devices worldwide for the purpose of gathering intelligence, both human and alien, and to contain the secret of the alien presence. Project Sigma, ladies and gentlemen, was extremely successful. The NSA also maintains communications with the Luna base and other secret space programs. By executive order, the NSA is exempt from all laws which do not specifically name the NSA in the text of the law as being subject to that law. How many of you know what that means? That means we have a completely lawless organization running around the country doing whatever they want to do, answering to no one, and under no law which does not name the National Security Agency in the text of that law as specifically being subject to that law by executive order of the President of the United States. That means that if the agency is not spelled out in the text of any and every law passed by the Congress, it is not subject to that or those laws. The NSA now performs many other duties and in fact is the premier agency within the intelligence community. Today, the NSA receives 75% of the monies allotted to the intelligence community. And the old sayings, ladies and gentlemen, where the money goes, therein the power resides, is absolutely true. The DCI today is mainly a figurehead. He is in charge of the CIA. The CIA does have many functions which are useful to this country and some which are deadly to us. The DCI, of course, is in charge of that agency. But he is not, as everyone thinks, the head of the intelligence community. That position really and truthfully lies with the director of the National Security Agency. The primary task of the NSA is still alien communications, but now includes other alien projects as well. President Truman had been keeping our allies, including the Soviet Union, informed of the developing alien problem since the Roswell recovery. This had been done in case the aliens turned out to be a threat to the human race and thus the world. Plans were formulated to defend the Earth in case of invasion. These were international plans, which included most of the countries of the world. Great difficulty, however, was encountered in maintaining international secrecy. It was decided that an outside group was necessary to coordinate and control international efforts in order to hide the secret from the normal scrutiny of governments by the press. The result was the formation of a secret society which became known as the Bilderbergers. The headquarters of this group is in Geneva, Switzerland. The Bilderbergers evolved into a secret world government that now controls everything. The United Nations was then and is now an international joke. In 1953, a new president occupied the White House. He was a man used to a structured staff organization with a chain of command. His method was to delegate authority and rule by committee. He made major decisions, but only when his advisors were unable to come to consensus, and when he was in the Army, he was known as the diplomat. He was very good at what he did. He was very good at bringing people together, reaching consensus, and getting people to work for him. His normal method was to read through or listen to several alternatives and then approve one. Those who worked closely with him have stated that his favorite comment was, "Just do whatever it takes." Now here's a man very different from President Truman. He spent a lot of time on the golf course. This was not all unusual for a man who had been career Army with the ultimate position of Supreme Allied Commander during the war, a post which carried 5 stars along with it. In fact, he deserved it. This president was General of the Army Dwight David Eisenhower. During his first year in office, 1953, at least 10 more crash discs were recovered, along with 26 dead and 4 live aliens. One of the 4 live aliens died within hours of being removed from the craft. The others died approximately 3 or 4 days later. Of the 10, 4 were found in Arizona, 2 in Texas, 1 in New Mexico, 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Montana, and 1 in South Africa. There were hundreds of sightings. Why were so many craft crashing? Because the government was scared. And when they found out that the radar was downing the craft, they started aiming the radar at the craft with lock-on radar and pumped the juice through. And they brought as many down as they could. Eisenhower knew that he had to wrestle and beat the alien problem. He knew that he could not do it by revealing the secret to the Congress, because, in fact, isn't that the same as telling the public? Early in 1953, the new president turned to his friend and fellow member of the Council on Foreign Relations, Nelson Rockefeller, for help with the alien problem. Eisenhower and Rockefeller began planning the secret structure of alien task supervision, which was to become a reality within 1 year. The idea for MJ-12 was thus born. It was Nelson's uncle Winthrop Aldrich who had been crucial in convincing Eisenhower to even run for president. The whole Rockefeller family, and with them the Rockefeller empire, had solidly backed Eisenhower. Asking Rockefeller for help with the alien problem was to be the biggest mistake Eisenhower ever made for the future of the United States and most probably all of humanity, as you will soon see. What he literally did with this act, ladies and gentlemen, is abdicate the presidency to a secret group. Within 1 week of Eisenhower's election, he had appointed Nelson Rockefeller chairman of a presidential advisory committee on government organization. Rockefeller was responsible for planning the reorganization of the government. New Deal programs went into one single cabinet position called the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. When the Congress approved the new cabinet position in April of 1953, Nelson was named to the post of Undersecretary to Ovida Culp Hobby. In 1953, also, astronomers discovered large objects in space which were moving toward the Earth, and it was first believed that they were asteroids. However, if you know much about astronomy, you know that you can predict or project backward orbital paths of bodies in space and determine where they come from, what they're doing, where they're going, and what their orbital path really is. Well, this failed to pan out, and the evidence proved that the objects could only be spaceships intelligently guided. Project Sigma intercepted alien communications, and when the objects reached the Earth, they took up a very high orbit around the equator. There were several huge ships, and their actual intent was unknown. Project Sigma and a new Project Plato, through radio communications using the computer binary language, which the aliens understand very well, they're very mathematical minded, was able to arrange a landing that eventually resulted in face-to-face contact with alien beings from another planet. Project Plato was tasked with establishing diplomatic relations with this race of space aliens. But in the meantime, something else happened. In the meantime, a race of human-looking aliens contacted the United States government. Where this happened, I do not know. I wish that I did. This alien group warned us against the aliens that were orbiting the equator and offered to help us with our spiritual development. They demanded that we dismantle and destroy our nuclear weapons as the major condition. They refused to exchange technology, citing that we were spiritually unable to handle the technology which we then possessed, and has not that been true throughout our history? They believed that we would use any new technology to destroy each other, as we always have. This race stated that we were on a path of self-destruction, and we must stop killing each other, stop polluting the earth, stop raping the earth's natural resources, and learn to live in harmony with each other and with nature. These terms were met with extreme suspicion, especially the major condition of nuclear armament, disarmament, and I have to say that I could not blame them in the face of so many uncertainties and so many alien surprises staring them directly in the face. It was believed that meeting that condition would leave us helpless in the face of an obvious alien threat. We also had nothing in history to help with the decision. Nuclear disarmament was not considered to be within the best interest of the United States, and the overtures were rejected. Later in 1954, the race of large-nosed gray aliens which had been orbiting the Earth landed at Holloman Air Force Base. It happened in 1954, ladies and gentlemen. If you take everything that Bob Ebenegger has ever said and subtract 10 years from it, you will be right on the money. A basic agreement was reached. An alien named Krill was left as a pledge that they would return and formalize the agreement. In effect, he was a hostage. This race identified themselves as originating from a planet around a red star in the constellation of Orion, which we call Betelgeuse. I believe that that's a lie. They lie a lot, and they deceive a lot, and it is evident through every action that they've ever done with us The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, these creatures might be from Mars, really. They claim that they are from a planet which revolves around the red star, which we call Betelgeuse. They stated that their planet was dying and that at some unknown future time they would no longer be able to survive there. This led to a second landing at Edwards Air Force Base. The historical event had been planned in advance and details of the treaty had already been agreed upon. Eisenhower arranged to be in Palm Springs on vacation. On the appointed day, the president was spirited away to the base, and the excuse was given to the press that he was visiting the dentist for a toothache. President Eisenhower met with the aliens, and a formal treaty between the alien nation and the United States of America was signed. We then received our first alien ambassador from outer space. His name and title, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's absolutely true. His name and title was His Omnipotent Highness Krill, pronounced Krill, spelled K-R-L-L-L or C-R-L-L-L. In the American tradition of disdain for royal titles, he was secretly called Original Hostage Krill, or O-H Krill, so that Americans would not have to say, Your Omnipotent Highness. You should know that the alien flag is known as the trilateral insignia. It looks like a TP with two circles on either side of the V and one pole running straight down the middle. It is displayed on their craft and worn on their chest on their uniforms. Both of these landings in the second meeting were filmed, and the film exists today. Where it exists, I do not know, but I do know that it exists. The treaty stated, the aliens would not interfere in our affairs, and we would not interfere in theirs. We were particularly interested that they do not interfere with anything that would affect our future, which has been violated. We would keep their presence on Earth a secret. They would furnish us with advanced technology and would help us in our technological development. They would not make any treaty with any other Earth nation. They could abduct humans on a limited and periodic basis for the purpose of medical examination and monitoring of our development, with the stipulation that the humans would not be harmed, would be returned to their point of abduction, that the humans would have no memory of the event, and that the alien nation would furnish MJ-12 with a list of all human contacts and abductees on a regularly scheduled basis, and this is not being done. It was agreed that each nation would receive the ambassador of the other for as long as the treaty remained in force. It was further agreed that the alien nation and the United States would exchange 16 personnel each to the other with the purpose of learning each of the other. The alien guests would remain on Earth, and the human guests would travel to the alien point of origin for a specified period of time, then return, at which point a reverse exchange would be made. I have no knowledge whatsoever of what happened to those original 16 humans who left the Earth with the aliens. It was also agreed that bases would be constructed underground for the use of the alien nation, and that 2 bases would be constructed for the joint use of the alien nation and the United States government. The base at Dulce is one. The base at S4 in the area known as Area 51 or Dreamland is the second. Exchange of technology would take place in the jointly occupied bases. These alien bases would be constructed under Indian reservations in the 4 corners of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and one would be constructed in Nevada in the area known as S4, located approximately 7 miles south of the western border of Area 51, otherwise known as Dreamland. All alien areas are under complete control of the Naval Department, and all personnel who work in these complexes receive their checks from the Navy. Construction of the bases began immediately, but progress was slow until large amounts of money were made available in 1957, and in the meantime work continued on the Yellow Book with the information derived from the guests. I would like to say at this time that the movie that most of you may have seen, how many of you saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That movie was absolutely true. Those events did take place. Not exactly as you saw them, not in the place where you saw them take place, but there was a landing, There was an agreement, there was conversation, there was an exchange of personnel made. I would like to say now also that J. Allen Hynek was the technical director on that movie, and he was also the co-author of Grudge 13, which I read between the years 1970 and 1973, along with another man named Lieutenant Colonel Friend. As you learned last night, it's the real nice guys that get you. Right, Phil? Project Red Light was formed, and experimentation in test flying alien craft was begun in earnest. As I told you earlier, many of the craft we recovered were intact, appeared to have no damage whatsoever. One craft actually exploded over the test site during testing sometime in the early 60s. I'm not sure what the exact date is, but the explosion is said to have been seen over 3 states. Project Red Light, according to the information that I have, was postponed at that time because they had no idea what had happened or why the craft had exploded, but they lost the pilots, and the project went on hold. A super top-secret facility was built at Groom Lake in Nevada in the midst of the weapons test range. It was codenamed Dreamland. Until this area was built, testing was done at the Tonopah test range, and that's why some of you have conflicting information. The installation was placed under the Department of the Navy, and clearance of all personnel required a Q clearance as well as executive, which means presidential or majestic approval. This is ironic due to the fact that the President of the United States does not have clearance to visit the site. How many of you did not know that? The President of the United States cannot enter Area 51. There are very many other areas which he cannot enter also. The alien base and exchange of technology actually took place in an area known as S4. Area S4 was codenamed the Dark Side of the Moon. The Army was tasked to form a super-secret organization to furnish security for all alien task projects. This organization became the National Reconnaissance Organization based at Fort Carson, Colorado. The specific teams trained to secure the projects were called Delta. A second project, codenamed Snowbird, was promulgated to explain away any sightings of the red light craft as being Air Force experiments. The Snowbird craft were manufactured using conventional technology and were flown for the press on several occasions, and those of you who are my age or older will remember, as children or young adults, going to the movie and seeing in the movie-tone newsreel the Avro car and other strange-looking saucer craft that were developed by the United States and the Canadian Armed Forces as a part of Project Snowbird. Project Snowbird was also used to debunk legitimate public sightings of alien craft, also called UFOs. Project Snowbird was very successful, and reports from the public declined steadily until recent years. But not just due to Project Snowbird. There was an intense ridicule, denial, and debunking campaign going on since the beginning. People stopped reporting what they saw. A multi-million-dollar secret fund was organized and kept by the military office of the White House. This fund was used to build over 75 deep underground facilities. Presidents who asked were told the fund was used to build deep underground shelters for the president in case of war. Only a few were built for the president. Millions of dollars were funneled through this office to MJ-12 and then out to the contractors, and was used to build top-secret alien bases as well as top-secret dumb or deep underground military bases. I think dumb is very appropriate. And the facilities promulgated by Alternative 2 throughout the nation. President Johnson used this fund to build a movie theater and pave the road on his ranch, and I believe he also used it to fix his shower. He had no idea of its true purpose, but he felt that because it was military money, it was his money. The secret White House Underground Construction Fund was set up in 1957 by President Eisenhower. And you can forget Truman because Eisenhower has done everything that's been done to us, not intentionally, not to hurt us, in the beginning to protect us. The funding was obtained from Congress under the guise of construction and maintenance of secret sites where the president could be taken in case of military attacks, called presidential emergency sites. The sites are literally holes in the ground deep enough to withstand a nuclear blast and are outfitted with state-of-the-art communications equipment. To date, there are more than 75 sites spread around the country that I can account for, which were built using money from this fund. The Atomic Energy Commission has built at least an additional 22 underground sites, again, that I can account for. The location and everything to do with these sites were and are considered and treated as top secret. The money was and is in control of the military office of the White House and was and is laundered through a circuitous web that even the most knowledgeable spy or accountant cannot follow. As of 1980, only a few at the beginning and end of this web knew what the money was for. At the beginning were Representative George Mahan of Texas, the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee and of its Defense Subcommittee, and Representative Robert Sykes of Florida, chairman of the House Appropriations Military Construction Subcommittee. Today, it was rumored that House Speaker Jim Wright controlled the money in Congress and that a power struggle was underway to remove him. We all know what happened there, but I could not substantiate by any source the fact that he was in charge of the money. It is a rumor. At the end of the line were the President, MJ-12, the Director of the Military Office, and a commander at the Washington Navy Shipyard. The money was authorized by the Appropriations Committee, who allocated it to the Department of Defense as a top secret item in the Army construction program. The Army, however, ladies and gentlemen, could not spend it, and in fact did not even know what it was for. Authorization to spend the money was in reality given to the Navy. You'll find out why the Navy has control of all this a little bit later. It will become clear to you. The money was channeled to the Chesapeake Division of the Navy Engineers, who did not know what it was for either. Not even the commanding officer, who was an admiral, knew what the fund was to be used for. Only one man, a Navy commander, who was assigned to the Chesapeake Division, but in reality was responsible only to the military office of the White House, knew of the actual purpose, amount, and ultimate destination of the top secret fund. The total secrecy surrounding the fund that meant that almost every trace of it could be made to disappear by the very few people who controlled it. There has never been, and most probably never will, be an audit of this secret money. Large amounts of this money were transferred from the top secret fund to a location at Palm Beach, Florida that belongs to the Coast Guard called Peanut Island. The island is adjacent to property which was owned by Joseph Kennedy. The money was said to have been used for landscaping and general beautification. The money did not begin to be transferred to Peanut Island until shortly after Kennedy's assassination. Some time ago, a TV news special on the Kennedy assassination told of a Coast Guard officer transferring money in a briefcase to a Kennedy employee across this property line. It was on television. Could this have been a secret payment to the Kennedy family for the loss of their son, John F. Kennedy? I think it was, but I can't prove it. The payments continued through the year 1967 and then stopped. The total amount transferred is unknown and the actual use of the money is unknown. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Nelson Rockefeller changed positions again. He had been in sort of a holding position until the time was right, and now the time was right. This time he was to take C.D. Jackson's old position, which had been called the Special Assistant for Psychological Strategy. With Nelson's appointment, the name was changed to the Special Assistant for Cold War Strategy. This position would evolve over the years into the same position Henry Kissinger was ultimately to hold under President Nixon. Officially, he was to give advice and assistance in the development of increased understanding and cooperation among all peoples. Sounds very nice and innocent, doesn't it? The official description, of course, was a smokescreen. For secretly, he was the presidential coordinator for the intelligence community. In his new post, Rockefeller reported directly and only to the president. He attended meetings of the Cabinet, the Council on Foreign Economic Policy, and the National Security Council, which was the highest policy-making body in the government. Nelson Rockefeller was also given a second important job as the head of the secret unit called the Planning Coordination Group, which was formed under NSC 5412/1 in March of 1955. However, the memo was written in 1954 at the same time that NSC 5410 and NSC 5411 were written. It was not used until it was needed. The group consisted of different ad hoc members depending upon the subject on the agenda. The basic members were Rockefeller, a representative of the Department of Defense, a representative of the Department of State, and the Director of Central Intelligence. It was soon called the 5412 Committee or the Special Group. NSC 5412/1 established the rule, for the first time, established the rule that covert operations were subject to approval by By secret executive memorandum, NSC 5410, Eisenhower had preceded NSC 5412/1 in 1954 to establish a permanent committee, not ad hoc, to be known as Majority 12, MJ12, to oversee and conduct all covert activities concerned with the alien question. NSC 5412/1 was created to explain the purpose of these meetings when Congress and the press became curious as to why such important and prominent men were meeting on a regular basis. Majority 12 was made up of Nelson Rockefeller, the Director of Central Intelligence, Allen Welsh Dulles, the Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of Defense, Charles E. Wilson, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Arthur W. Radford, and that's why the Navy got everything, because the first Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who served on MJ-12 was Navy. If it had been an Army general, the Army would have had it. The Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, J. Edgar Hoover, and that should answer a lot of questions for you, and 6 men from the Executive Committee of the Council on Foreign Relations known as the Wise Men. These men were all members of a secret society of scholars that called themselves the Jason Society. See you smiling, Bill. Thought I didn't know it, didn't you? Fooled you. Are the Jason scholars who recruited their members from the Skull and Bones and the Scroll and Key societies of Harvard and Yale. And that was stated verbatim in Operation Majority. The Wise Men were key members of the Council on Foreign Relations. There were 12 members, including the first 6 from government positions, thus Majority 12. This group was made up over the years of the top officers and directors of the Council on Foreign Relations and later the Trilateral Commission. Gordon Dean, George Bush, and Zbigniew Brzezinski were among them. The most important, however, and influential of the Wise Men who served on MJ-12 were John McCloy, Robert Lovett, Averill Harriman, Charles Bolin, George Kennan, and Dean Acheson. Their policies were to last well into the decade of the 70s, and it is significant that President Eisenhower, as well as the first 6 MJ-12 members from the government, were also members of the Council on Foreign Relations. Thorough researchers will soon discover that not all of the Wise Men attended Harvard or Yale, and not all of them were chosen for Skull and Bones or Scroll and Key membership during their college years. You will be able to quickly clear up this mystery by obtaining the book The Wise Men by Walter Isaacson and Evan Thomas, Simon & Schuster, New York. And under illustration number 9 in the center of the book, you will find the caption, "Lovett with the Yale unit, above far right and on the beach. His initiation into Skull and Bones came at an airbase near Dunkirk." I have found that members were chosen on an ongoing basis by invitation based upon merit, post-college, and was not confined to only Harvard or Yale attendees. It also had something to do with how much money your family had. unless you were a military officer. A chosen few were later initiated into the Jason Society. They are all members of the Council on Foreign Relations, and at that time were known as the Eastern Establishment. This should give you a clue to the far-reaching and serious nature of these most secret college societies. The Jason Society is alive and well today, but now includes members of the Trilateral Commission as well. The Trilateralists existed secretly several years before 1973 because I saw the name of the Trilateral Commission in the documents in 1971. The name of the Trilateral Commission was taken from the alien flag known as the Trilateral Insignia. And that should give you some clue as to how much trouble you're in. Majority 12 was to survive right up to the present day. Under Eisenhower and Kennedy, it was erroneously called the 5412 Committee, or more correctly, the Special Group. In the Johnson administration, it became the 303 Committee, named after the room that they met in at the White House when they met at the White House. Because the name 5412 had been compromised in the book The Secret Government. Actually, it was not compromised. It was intentionally leaked to explain the purpose of the meeting of these men so that no one would go looking for NSC 5410 and NSC 5411. And I wish you all luck. I hope that you're able to dig it out. Actually, NSC 5412/1 was leaked to the author to hide the existence of NSC 5410. Under Nixon, Ford, and Carter, it was called the 40 Committee, and under Reagan, it became the PI 40 Committee. But over all those years, only the name changed. The positions remained the same. By 1955, it became obvious that the aliens had deceived Eisenhower and had broken the treaty. Mutilated humans, yes, mutilated humans, were being found along with mutilated animals, and yes, mutilated animals, and those of you who doubt that this is taking place should leave your job, should leave your home, should do whatever you have to do, and go look for yourself, because it's important that you know it and that you believe it. These things were being found all across the United States. It was suspected that the aliens were not submitting a complete list of human contacts and abductees to MJ-12, and it was suspected that not all abductees had been returned, and this has been verified. The Soviet Union was suspected of interacting with them, and this proved also to be true. It was learned that the aliens had been and were then manipulating masses of people through secret societies, witchcraft, magic, the occult, and religion. After several Air Force combat air engagements with alien craft, it also became apparent that our weapons were no match against theirs. In November of 1955, NSC 5412/2 was issued, establishing a study committee to explore all factors which are involved in the making and implementing of foreign policy in the nuclear age. This, again, was only a blanket of snow that covered the real subject of study, which was the alien question. For, in fact, 5412/2 had, as I told you earlier, been written in 1954, when NSC 5410 and 5411 was written, and 5411, by secret executive memorandum, in 1954, the study group was commissioned to examine all the facts, evidence, lies, and deception and discover the truth of the alien question. NSC 54/2 was only a cover that had become necessary when the press began inquiring as to the purpose of regular meetings of such important men. When the press asked Gordon Dean, somewhere near the end of 1954, why they were meeting and what they were studying, Gordon Dean says, "As of yet, we have no direction, but we're working on it." It then became necessary to find a direction and find a reason for these meetings, and that's exactly what they did. The first meetings began in 1954 and were called the Quantico meetings because they met at the Quantico Marine Base. See, one thing I knew, ladies and gentlemen, I know who they are. I know what they were called. All I had to do was find out who belonged to those names. And it's impossible to hold meetings of 36 prominent men secret over such a long period of time. The study actually lasted 3 years, not forever. It was a 3-year study, period. A study group was made up of 35 members of the Council on Foreign Relations secret scholars known as the Jason Society or the Jason Scholars. Dr. Edward Teller was invited to participate. Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski was the study director for the first 18 months. Dr. Henry Kissinger was chosen as the group study director for the second 18 months, beginning in November of 1955. Nelson Rockefeller was a frequent visitor during the study. I'm going to read you the study group members now. For those of you who know who these people are, you're going to be amazed. Those of you who do not, I advise that you purchase a copy of my text, which will be on sale the minute that I finish my last word. And research everything that I'm telling you, and your own research will tell you that I am telling you the truth, and I don't have to do that. You see, I'm a witness. I'm not a ufologist, and I'm not by profession a researcher. I'm doing this because I want the Constitution put back where it belongs. The study group members were Gordon Dean, chairman, one of the most powerful men in the United States at that time. Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski, study director for the first phase. Dr. Henry Kissinger, study director for the second phase. Dr. Edward Teller represented the scientific community. Major General Richard C. Lindsay, Hanson W. Baldwin, Lloyd V. Berkner, Frank C. Nash, Paul H. Nitze, Charles P. Noyes, Frank Pace Jr., James A. Perkins, Don K. Price, David Rockefeller, Oscar M. Rubhausen, Lieutenant General James M. Gavin, Carl P. Haskins, James T. Hill Jr., Joseph E. Johnson, Mervyn J. Kelly, Frank Altschul, Hamilton Fish Armstrong, Major General James McCormick Jr., Robert R. Bowie, McGeorge Bundy, William A. M. Burden, John C. Campbell, Thomas K. Findletter, George S. Franklin Jr., I. Rabbi, Roswell L. Gilpatrick, N. E. Hallaby, General Walter Bedell Smith, called Beetle, Henry DeWolf Smythe, Shields Warren, Carol L. Wilson, and Arnold Wolfers. Now, these aren't bad guys. They were a study group. And the first MJ-12 was not made up of bad guys. They were made up of concerned Americans. What happened later became bad. The yanking of power away from the president, the formation of a secret government, the sale of drugs to the American people, etc., etc., etc. And I'm going to cover most of those things before I'm finished. It's about time. The second phase meetings were also held at the Marine base at Quantico, Virginia, and the group became known as Quantico II. Nelson Rockefeller built a retreat somewhere in Maryland which could only be reached by air for MJ-12 and the study committee so that they could meet away from public scrutiny. He donated the land, he built the facilities. Say hello for me, Phil. So that they could meet away from public scrutiny. The secret meeting place is known by the code name, the Country Club. Complete living, eating, recreation, library, and meeting facilities exist at the location. The study group was publicly closed in the later months of 1956, and Henry Kissinger published what was officially termed the results in 1957 as Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy by Henry A. Kissinger, published for the Council on Foreign Relations by Harper and Brothers, New York. In truth, the manuscript had already been 80% written while Kissinger was at Harvard. The study group continued veiled in secrecy. A clue to the seriousness Kissinger attached to the study can be found in statements by his wife and friends. Many of them stated that Henry would leave home early each morning and return late each night without speaking to anyone or responding to anyone. It seemed, in fact, as if he were in another world which held no room for anyone else. Now, when they say that he would not speak to anyone or respond to anyone, they meant it literally. I find these statements very revealing. The revelations of the alien presence and actions during the study must have been a great shock. I know I would have been shocked. Henry Kissinger was definitely out of character during the time surrounding these meetings, as he is normally described as being a gentleman, very charming, and most people who meet him like him very much. Henry Kissinger would never again be affected in this manner, no matter the seriousness of any subsequent event. On many occasions, he would work very late into the night after having already put in a full day. Coupled with his not speaking, this behavior eventually led to his divorce. A major finding of the alien study was that the public could not be told, as it was believed that this would most certainly lead to economic collapse of the religious structure, and national panic, which would lead into anarchy. Secrecy thus continued. An offshoot of this finding was that if the public could not be told, then the Congress could not be told. Thus, funding for the projects and research would have to come from outside the government. There are some things beginning to fall into place. Without aliens, you cannot make sense of anything else that's been happening for the 44 years. You put the aliens in the middle of this stuff and you've got all the answers, every one of them. In the meantime, money was to be obtained from the military budget and from CIA confidential non-appropriated funds. Another major finding was the aliens were using humans and animals for a source of glandular secretions, enzymes, hormonal secretions, blood, and in horrible genetic experiments. The aliens explained these actions as necessary to their survival. What I'm going to tell you now is very sad if it's true, because I am unable to weed through the lies and deception and really find the truth. All I know is what they told us. They stated that their genetic structure had deteriorated and that they were no longer able to reproduce. They stated that if they were unable to improve their genetic structure, their race would soon cease to exist. We looked upon their explanations with extreme suspicion. Since our weapons were literally useless against the aliens, MJ-12 decided to continue friendly diplomatic relations with them until such time as we were able to develop a technology which would then enable us to challenge them on a military basis. Overtures would have to be made to the Soviet Union and other nations to join forces for the survival of humanity. In the meantime, plans were developed to research and construct two weapon systems using conventional and nuclear technology, which would hopefully bring us to parity. The results of the research were projects Joshua and Excalibur. Joshua was a weapon captured from the Germans, which at that time was capable of shattering 4-inch thick armor plate at a range of 2 miles using low-frequency aimed sound waves. And it was believed that this weapon would be effective against the alien craft and beam weapons. Excalibur was a weapon carried by missiles not to exceed 30,000 feet above ground level, not to deviate from designated target more than 50 meters, that would penetrate 1,000 meters of tufa hard-packed soil such as that found in New Mexico, would carry a 1 megaton warhead, and was intended for use in destroying the aliens in their underground bases. Joshua was developed successfully but never used to my knowledge. Excalibur was not pushed until recent years, and now there is an unprecedented effort to develop this weapon. The people who are working on these weapons tell us that they have never been pushed so hard in their history working on any project than they are being pushed to develop Project Excalibur. Now, what I'm going to read you next may upset some of you, but it's absolutely true. The events at Fatima in the early part of the century were scrutinized. On suspicion that it was alien manipulation, an intelligence operation was put into motion to penetrate the secrecy surrounding the event. The United States utilized its Vatican moles that had been recruited and nurtured during World War II and soon obtained the entire Vatican study, which included the prophecy. And I don't care what you've ever read before, you have not read the true prophecy. This prophecy stated that if man did not turn from evil and place himself at the feet of Christ, the planet would self-destruct and the events described in the book of Revelations would indeed come to pass. It stated that a child would be born who would unite the world with a plan for world peace and a false religion beginning in 1992. By 1995, the people would discern that he was evil and was indeed the Antichrist. World War III would begin in the Middle East in 1995 with an invasion of Israel by a united Arab nation using conventional weapons, which would culminate in a nuclear holocaust in the year 1999. Between 1999 and 2003, most of the life on this planet would suffer horribly and die as a result. The return of Christ would occur in the year 2011. Is this true? I don't know. I know that it was decided by the United States government that this was indeed an alien event, and I believe that this is more deception which is being heaped upon us. So don't go out of here thinking that the world is going to end tomorrow because of this. It might because of something else, and I'm going to talk about that, but not because of this. When the aliens were confronted with this finding, they confirmed that it was true. The aliens explained that they had created us through hybridization and had manipulated the human race through religion, Satanism, witchcraft, magic, the occult, secret societies, etc. They further explained that they were capable of time travel and the events would indeed come to pass. Later exploitation of alien technology by the United States and the Soviet Union utilizing time travel confirmed that indeed something bad was going to happen. The aliens showed a hologram which they claimed was the actual crucifixion of Christ, which the government filmed. We did not know whether to believe them or not. Were they using our genuine religions to manipulate us? Or were they indeed the source of our religions with which they had been manipulating us all along? Or was this the beginning scenario of the genuine end times and the return of Christ which had been predicted in the Bible? No one knew the answer, and I don't know the answer either. A symposium was held in 1957 which was attended by some of the great scientific minds then living. It was held in Huntsville, Alabama. They reached the conclusion that by or shortly after the year 2000, the planet would self-destruct due to increased population and man's exploitation of the environment without any help from God or the aliens. By secret executive order of President Eisenhower, the Jason scholars were ordered to study this scenario and make recommendations from their findings. This was done. The Jason Society confirmed the finding of the scientists and made 3 recommendations called Alternatives 1, 2, and 3. Alternative 1 was to use nuclear devices to blast holes in the stratosphere from which the heat and pollution could escape into space. I'll buy heat, but I'll never buy pollution. Change the human cultures from that of exploitation into cultures of environmental protection. Of the 3, this was decided to be the least likely to succeed due to the inherent nature of man and the additional damage the nuclear explosions would themselves create. Alternative 2 was to build a vast network of underground cities and tunnels in which a select representation of all cultures and occupations would survive and carry on the human race. The rest of humanity would be left to fend for themselves on the surface of the planet. Alternative 3 was to exploit the alien and conventional technology in order for a select few to leave the Earth and establish colonies in outer space. I am not able to either confirm or deny the existence of batch consignments of human slaves which would be used for the manual labor in the effort as a part of the plan. The moon, codenamed Adam, would be the object of primary interest, followed by the planet Mars, codenamed Eve. As a delaying action, all 3 alternatives included birth control, sterilization, forced if necessary, and the introduction of deadly microbes to control or slow the growth of the Earth's population. AIDS is only one result of these plans. There are others. It was decided, since the population must be reduced and controlled, that it would be in the best interest of the human race to rid ourselves of the undesirable elements of our society. The joint U.S. and Soviet leadership dismissed Alternative 1, but ordered work to begin on Alternative 2 and 3 virtually at the same time. Those of you in the state of Washington who report hearing machinery underground are probably correct. In 1959, the RAND Corporation hosted a deep underground construction symposium. I have a copy of this symposium report, which I'm not supposed to have, but nevertheless I have it, approximately this thick. In the symposium report, machines are pictured and described which could bore a tunnel 45 feet in diameter at the rate of 5 feet per hour in 1959. Just think what they can do now. It also displays pictures of huge tunnels and underground vaults containing what appear to be complex facilities and possibly even cities. It appears that the previous 5 years of all-out underground construction had made very significant progress by that time. The ruling powers decided that one means of funding the alien-connected and other black projects was to corner the illegal drug market. A young, ambitious member of the Council on Foreign Relations was approached. His name is George Bush, who at the time was the president and CEO of Zapata Oil based in Texas. Zapata Oil was experimenting with the new technology of offshore drilling. It was correctly thought that the drugs could be shipped from South America to the offshore platforms by fishing boat, where it would then be taken to shore by the normal transportation used for supplies and personnel. By this method, no customs or law enforcement agency would subject the cargo to search. George Bush agreed to help and organize the operation in conjunction with the CIA. The plan worked better than anyone had thought and has since expanded worldwide, and there are now many other methods of bringing the illegal drugs into the country. But it must always be remembered that George Bush began the sale of drugs to our children. Now, if you think I'm crazy, get off your butt and start digging, because you will find out that it's absolutely true. The CIA now controls all the world's illegal drug markets. The official space program was boosted by President Kennedy in his inaugural address when he mandated that the United States put a man on the moon before the end of the decade. Although innocent in its conception, this mandate enabled those in charge to funnel vast amounts of money into black projects and conceal the real space program from the American people. A similar program in the Soviet Union served the same purpose. In fact, a joint alien United States and Soviet Union base already existed on the moon at the very moment Kennedy spoke the words. On May 22, 1962, a space probe landed on Mars and confirmed the existence of an environment which could support life. Not long afterward, the construction of a colony on the planet Mars began in earnest. Today, there is a colony which exists on the planet Mars. It is a United States-Russian alien facility. If you believe it's outrageous, stick around a few years.
Information in any instance you are insulting and manipulating.
I want to hear what he's got to say.
I'm sure you do.
This is very disturbing information, and I don't expect anyone to believe it. I don't expect one of you to believe what I'm telling you. And I knew that when I came here. I'm not one of you. I'm not a ufologist. I'm not a researcher. I have an obligation to inform the public, and once that's done, I've done my job. From then on, it's up to you, not me. This colony exists on Mars, populated by specially select people from different cultures and occupations taken from all over the earth. A public charade of antagonism between the Soviet Union and the United States has been maintained over all these years in order to fund projects in the name of national defense when in fact we are the closest allies. At some point, President Kennedy discovered portions of the truth concerning the drugs and the aliens. He issued an ultimatum in 1963 to MJ-12. President Kennedy assured them that if they did not clean up the drug problem, he would. He informed MJ-12 that he intended to reveal the presence of aliens to the American people within the following year and ordered a plan developed to implement his decision. President Kennedy was not a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and knew nothing of Alternative 2 or Alternative 3 that I can find out. Internationally, the operations were supervised by an executive committee known as the Policy Committee. In the United States, they were supervised by MJ-12 and in the Soviet Union by a sister organization. President Kennedy's decision, of course, struck fear into these people. His assassination was ordered by the Policy Committee, and the order was carried out by agents of MJ-12 in Dallas. President John F. Kennedy was murdered by the Secret Service agent who drove his car in the motorcade, and the act is plainly visible in the film. It was stated in the documents that I saw. The assassin's name is William Greer. Watch the driver and not Kennedy when you view the film, when you can find a film that even shows it. All of the witnesses who were close enough to the car to see William Greer shoot Kennedy were themselves all murdered within 2 years of the event. That's fact. The Warren Commission was a farce, and Council on Foreign Relations members made up the majority of its panel. They succeeded in snowing the American people, and they hid the truth. And many other patriots who have attempted to reveal the alien secret have also been murdered throughout the intervening years. And that is why I've been so careful about the information that I released, because it was so important that I get here today to be able to tell you the truth, and what happens after me, after today, is of no consequence whatsoever. But what you do is. During the era of the United States' initial space exploration and the moon landings, every launch was accompanied by alien craft. A moon base dubbed Luna was sighted and filmed by the Apollo astronauts. Domes, spires, tall round structures which look like silos, huge T-shaped mining vehicles which left stitch-like tracks in the lunar surface, and extremely large as well as small alien craft appear in the photographs. It is, in fact, a joint United States, Russian, and alien base. The space program is a farce and an unbelievable waste of money. Alternative 3 is a reality, and it is not at all science fiction. Most of the Apollo astronauts were severely shaken by this experience, and their lives and subsequent statements reflect the depths of the revelation and the effect of the muzzle order which followed. They were ordered to remain silent or suffer the extreme penalty, death, which was termed an expediency. One astronaut actually did talk to the British producers of the TV expose Alternative 3, confirming many of the allegations. However, I do not know who it was. In the book, Alternative 3, the pseudonym Bob Groden was used in place of the astronaut's identity. It was also stated that he committed suicide in 1978. This cannot be validated by any source, and I believe that several so-called facts in the book are really disinformation. However, I can assure you that Alternative 3 is real. I firmly believe that this disinformation is a result of pressure put upon the authors and is meant to nullify the effect upon the populace of the British TV expose entitled Alternative 3. The headquarters of the international conspiracy is in Geneva, Switzerland. The ruling body is made up of representatives of the governments involved as well as the executive members of the group known as the Bilderbergers. Meetings are held by the Policy Committee when necessary on a nuclear submarine beneath the polar ice cap. The secrecy is such that this was the only method which could ensure that the meetings could not be bugged and is the only place where they discuss their most secret matters. I can say that the book is at least 70% true from my own knowledge and the knowledge of my sources. I believe that the disinformation was an attempt to compromise the British TV expose with information which could be proven false, just as the Eisenhower briefing document was released here in the United States under the contingency plan Majestic 12, and which can also be proven false. Since our interaction with the aliens began, we have come into possession of technology beyond our wildest dreams. A craft named Aurora exists at Area 51, which makes regular trips into space. It is a one-stage ship called a TAV, or Trans-Atmospheric Vehicle. And it can take off from the ground using a 7-mile runway, go into high orbit, return on its own power, and land on the same runway. We currently have and fly atomic-powered alien craft at Area S4 in Nevada. Our pilots have made interplanetary voyages in these craft and have been to the Moon, Mars, and other planets aboard these craft. There is a group of pilots at the base who wear a patch, which has a little alien peeking over the bottom. It has, I think, 3 or 4 letters at the top. I forget what they are, but John Lear knows what they are. There is a picture of Saturn and a picture of Mars in the photograph. And in the background, there are 7 stars, which are strangely shaped just like the stars in the Pleiades group. What that means, I don't know. We have been lied to about the true nature of the moon, the planets Mars and Venus, and the real state of technology that we possess today at this very moment. There are areas in the moon where plant life grows and even changes color with the seasons. And this seasonal effect is because the moon does not, as claimed, always present the exact same side to the Earth or the sun. There is an area that wobbles in and out of darkness on a seasonal basis, and it is near this area that the plant life grows. The moon does have a few man-made lakes and ponds upon its surface, and clouds have been observed and filmed in its atmosphere. How many of you remember the period of time, several years, when almost every reported alien craft that was reported landed was on or near water and appeared to be pumping water into the craft? How many of you remember that? Quite a few. The water went to the moon, ladies and gentlemen, to change the moon. And it is working. It possesses a gravitational field, and man can walk upon its surface without a spacesuit, breathing from an oxygen bottle after undergoing decompression the same as any deep-sea diver. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can come from 1,200 feet underwater to the surface through decompression, you can go from the surface to 1 atmosphere of vacuum. See, vacuum does not cause a problem for the human body. It's the inert gas that's dissolved in your tissues and in your bones and in the fluids in your body that causes you the problem. If this is decompressed properly, you will have no problem. All you need is a very small amount of oxygen, a very small pressure to breathe. You will suffer no harm, except for one thing, that oxygen becomes toxic after breathing it over a long period of time. Therefore, excursions would have to be of a minimal time length. Other than that, there is no reason why you or anyone else cannot walk on the surface of the moon or in space in a vacuum without a spacesuit. How do I know? I used to be one of the world's experts on deep-sea mixed gas breathing mixtures for divers and on deep saturation diving. When I was the head of the department of the Mixed Gas Deep Saturation Diving Division of the College of Oceaneering. And I can tell you now, it's much easier to decompress to a vacuum and walk on the surface of the moon than it is to bring a man up from 600 feet. I have seen the photographs, and some of them were actually published in a book called We Discovered Alien Bases on the Moon by Fred Steckling. However, all the photographs are not there, but there are some very good ones. I would advise you to buy the book. I would advise you to look at the photographs, get the NASA number, and send for them. I doubt that you can still get them, but at one time you could. In 1969, a confrontation broke out between the human scientists and the aliens at the Dulce Underground Lab. The aliens took many of our scientists hostage. Delta forces were sent in to free them, but were no match against the alien weapons. 66 of our people were killed during this action. As a result, we withdrew from all joint projects for at least 2 years. A reconciliation eventually took place, and once again we began to interact. As far as I know, today we are interacting with the aliens. Now, I'm gone past my limit. I'm not going to infringe upon the other speakers. The text of my speech will be on sale outside. I only have one message to give you. I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you call me. I do care what you do with this information because it is important to our survival as a species. It's important to our planet. It is important for the world. What happens to me is of no consequence, and I knew that when I started this. And over the last 17 years, I knew that someday I was going to have to get up and say this, whether I wanted to or not, whether I was afraid or not. Now I am here, and now it is done. And I feel an overwhelming relief. You now have the information. You can laugh at it. You can throw it in the trash can. You can burn my house down if you want to. But I am telling you right now, your future, your children's future, your grandchildren's future depends upon what you do with this information. Your own government is selling your children drugs, and you don't seem to care. Your own government has given away the power of the people, and you don't seem to care. There is an apathy that is running rampant in this country that is deadly, whether or not there are aliens. We are truly now, at this moment, a nation of sheep. And ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that sheep are always led to the slaughter. But it does not have to be that way. There is tremendous power in knowledge. There is also tremendous power in secrecy. Take away that secrecy, you make sure that you're informed, and you can change things and stop fighting with each other. Thank you. This time, ladies and gentlemen, I think a 5-minute break is in order. What do you think, John? It's been a long time. Please keep it to 5 minutes because we really are very limited on time.
From time to time, so if I offend, I do apologize, but unfortunately, that's the way I am. First of all, before I begin, I would like to thank very much Mr. John Lear for making it possible for me to be here at this conference. I did not know whether or not I would be able to make it, and John made that possible, and he has my deepest gratitude because I've been looking forward for an opportunity like this for almost 10 years now. And also I'd like to thank the other speakers who very graciously donated some of their time to allow me to speak. I have 45 minutes, and in 45 minutes I have to condense 12 years of information and happenings. What I would like to do is speak for 30 minutes and then for 15 minutes accept questions from the floor. And I'd like to make a promise to you at this point that unlike certain people, I will not try to treat you like mushrooms by keeping you in the dark and feeding you bullshit. And that during the question and answer period, I will not ask myself questions and answer them for you. Give you a little background about myself. In 1976, while working for the United States government at RAF Chicksands, U.S. Air Force Base Security Services Command in Bedford, England, as a data analyst, I had the occasion to view a document entitled Grudge Blue Book Report number 13. Those of you who are aware of the history of Blue Book know that Grudge Blue Book, or Blue Book Report number 13, is a document that the government has sworn for years does not exist. Well, I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's crap. It does exist. While employed by the government and fulfilling my duties, I analyzed that document. I read it very carefully. Over 600 pages. Over half of that was photographs. The content of that document consisted largely of technical reports, autopsy reports, and photographs of alien beings, alien technology, and sundry other things, which I will get into. And at this point, I would like to make mention that I find myself in a very, very poor position, which I am not entirely happy with, because I'm being forced to do something I swore up and down I would never do. And that is respond to last night's speaker, Mr. Bill Moore. And I will do that after I give you a brief rundown of the Blue Book 13 report. The version of the document that I saw was an annotated version. Mr. Cooper saw his version of the document in the early 70s. I saw my version of the same document in the mid-70s. My version of the document had been expanded considerably. A large portion of the document consisted largely of photographs. Photographs which showed alien beings, alive and dead. Microphotography photographs of tissue samples, lab reports of fluid samples, analytical data from the findings of tests, technical data concerning craft, power units, and possibly weapons. The general tone of the document itself was geared basically toward defense. How would we defend against something like this? How would we defend against the technology that was obvious and that was shown and reported upon in the document? Now, for the past 12 years, 8 of which I was in hiding, I have been called a liar. I have been called a drug addict, a pervert, a psychotic, you name it, and I've been called it. According to some, I am probably the most perverted son of a bitch you will meet in the entire world. And that's fine. After 12 years, I've become a little bit hard-shelled about the whole thing, and I don't particularly care. But there's something we have to understand as a group of investigators, as a group of interested people. We have to cut through the crap. We have to pull together as a unified force and forget personalities, forget character assassination, forget all of the politics that exist within organizations, and unite in order to find the answers that we need to find. We have to do this. It's imperative. Part of our problem right now is we don't even know what the questions are. We have to cooperate with one another. Many of you have read John Lear's interview with me in Virginia of last year, in which he outlined much of what I've been saying for the past 12 years. I would suggest that you get a copy of this if you do not have it and read it. Simple fact of the matter is I can't tell you any more than has already been published in things like UFO Crash at Aztec by Bill Steinman and Wendell Stevens, or what has been published by John Lear. It's all there. And most of you, I'm sure, have touched upon the report or read the report and what was in the report. Unfortunately, I'm faced with a dilemma at this point, and that dilemma is this. I came here last night to listen to Mr. Moore. And I came here with the idea of being open-minded as I possibly could, understanding that people are entitled to their own opinion, their own feeling, for whatever reason. But there's a part of me that objects very strongly to being lied to. And that's exactly what happened last night. You were lied to. We sat up here in the audience and listened to a man expound on stuff that was absolute utter hogwash. Now, some of you are sitting out there saying, how can this be true? Why is it hogwash? He's a respected investigator. He's been in the business for a long time. He's published a book. He's published a couple of books. Yes, he has. His Roswell incident set new precedents for investigation in the UFO field, and he's to be commended for it. I admire him for it. It's an excellent book. He broke new ground for UFO investigators. What happened after that, I don't know. You heard Mr. Moore stand up here and say in 1980 or 1981, he was approached and given information by Falcon or Condor or whatever the buzzard's name was. That was a lie. It was an absolute lie. And I know it was a lie, because in 1979, 1 month after Mr. Moore arrived in the state of Arizona, thanks to Mr. Alan Benz, formerly of APRO, now for the Foundation of UFO Research, Mr. Moore and I met. At which point I related my information to Mr. Moore. We met not once, but twice. Several months later, Mr. Moore came to me, my place of business, in a little place called Trail Dust Town off Tanker Verde Road in Tucson, Arizona. We went across the street to a little place called the Parfait Palace. I had a bowl of chili, he had a cup of coffee. I had heartburn, and he had brain burn. Mr. Moore sat there for 2 hours, and we conversed. We discussed what I had related to him to begin with in the Blue Book documents. And I think ostensibly what he was trying to do was to see if he could catch me at a lie. See if I would tell him the same thing I told him before, which is fine. Any good investigator would do that. But somewhere along the line, Mr. Moore twisted it around. At that time, I had been discussing with Mr. Jerry Schultz, who had been passing through APRO, and apparently had been passing through APRO for several years at that point, with his bicycle and his little pup tent, some of the implications of what had been going on. Quite literally, whenever I was in the APRO office, Mr. Schultz was in the APRO office, and he grilled me extensively. Mr. Moore asked my opinion of Mr. Schultz. At that time, being fairly conservative and not as liberal as I am these days, I expressed the opinion that I thought Mr. Schultz was a bit different. Mr. Moore brought up the question of drugs, to which I responded, I don't know. It's possible. Anything's possible. I did not know the man well. I never did know the man well, contrary to what you might have heard from Mr. Schultz himself. We were never close, never have been close. Very shortly after that, due to circumstances which got a little bit out of control with regard to my activity and investigation, and the fact that very suddenly there were serious attempts against my life, it became appropriate for me to disappear. At which point I went into hiding for 8 years. Yesterday marked the first anniversary of me resurfacing into the UFO investigative community. Today marks the 13th anniversary of my viewing of the Grudge Blue Book report number 13. 13 years ago today, in 1976, I viewed that document, and my life went to hell in a handcart. As a result of viewing that document, as I digress a little bit, I lost a wife and 2 kids. I reported to work as I normally do at Security Services Command at RAF Chick Sands. Was immediately told to report to the base commander's office on base, which I did, where I met Colonel Robert Black, then base commander at RAF Chick Sands. Colonel Black called me into his office and informed me that I was being discharged from my job and that I was being deported from the country as undesirable element. No explanation, no reason. That was it. It took me several months after my return to the United States to finally determine what had happened. I was not allowed to say goodbye to my wife or children, who remained in England, who remained at RAF Chick Sands for another 5 years, where she taught school at the RAF Chick Sands Dependent School. I have not seen my wife and sons in 12 years. I have not heard from them in 2 years. I have discovered ultimately that she was transferred to another Air Force base in England, where she teaches school still. I was not allowed to communicate with her in any way, shape, or form. I was not allowed to tell her what was going on, why it was going on. I did discover later that she had been told that I just walked in and quit and left the country and left her. It's not true. Excuse me. It's not true, but that's what she was told. And any woman in her right mind who's left high and dry with 2 kids to take care of is going to think the worst. And that's understandable. Ultimately, after about 10 years, I divorced my wife, feeling that there was no way I could possibly salvage a marriage, and that after such a long separation, she had changed and I had changed, and I decided it was time to get on with my life. Ultimately, 2 years ago, I married a very wonderful lady with 2 kids of her own. I'm quite happy, and it looks like this marriage will last a long time. I hope it will, because she's about the only person I know that can put up with my shenanigans. She deserves a lot of credit, and I'd like you to know that she supports me, and I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing today without her support. During the last 12 years, there have been over 15 attempts on my life. I have been shot at, I've been stabbed, I've been blown up, I've contracted food poisoning, all the little things that are geared to look like nice little accidents. Now, some of you will say, well, if you were in such a secure position while you were hiding, why did you come back out? I was employed at a radio station in Lynchburg, Virginia, WLVA, Stereo 59. By this time, John Lear had tried to contact my father. My father is William J. English, Speaker of the House of Representatives for the state of Arizona. My father, being somewhat aware of my desire to maintain my anonymity, denied my existence to John, had his secretary deny my existence. And John, bless his heart, persisted. Persisted to the point where my father's secretary was so worked up and so upset, my father decided to forward John's phone number and a terse little note saying that he did not tell John where I was at or how to get in contact with me, and I damn well better take care of it because he was getting tired of it. I learned a long time ago it's not wise to cross my father. He has a nasty habit of getting what he wants. But I didn't respond to it immediately for two reasons. One, I did not know John Lear. And two, I really didn't feel that it was necessary at that point for me to come out of the closet and announce that the rumors of my demise were exaggerated. At this point, I would like to take the opportunity, I don't know if Mr. Andrus is here, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Andrus. Because Mr. Andrus is directly responsible for me contacting Wendell Stevens. Mr. Andrus made a statement to ABC News, I believe it was. The statement was so out of character for what I knew from Walt Andrus that I had to consider it very carefully. While working at the radio station, I had the opportunity to view the pre-feeds that network sends down to radio stations so that you'll have an idea of what is going to come down the network news. In that statement, Mr. Andrus said that there are aliens on Earth, that we have been invaded, and that they are here. I found this extremely out of character from what I knew of Mr. Andrus. It was not the conservative person that I had known. Certainly wasn't the person that had been described to me by Coral Lorenzen, which I might add at that time was not complimentary at all. But shortly thereafter, I was on Coral's list also, so it didn't matter much. And I knew that I had made it, wherever made it was, because I was at the top of her list of people to avoid and to hate. And I might add at this point, I have the dubious honor of being the only person that Coral has tried to sue. When Coral did that, I knew then and there that I had reached the top. But I will say this of Coral and Jim Lorenzen, they have my honor. They have my admiration. Whatever my personal feelings about Jim and Coral Lorenzen might be, they had the courage to do something that nobody else did, and they were the very first. Their work made it possible for all of you to be here today. And for that, I am eternally grateful. To continue, and I apologize for digressing and going off into tangents, but that's the way I am. I read the statement that Mr. Andrus had made on the wire service, and I said, this can't be right. I don't believe this. After so many years, somebody of repute came forward and said, yes, it's true. And it was like a load was lifted off my back. That very night I contacted Wendell Stevens and said, "Wendell." He said, "Yes." "Who the hell are you?" "Bill English." "Bullshit." "No, really, it's Bill English, Wendell." "Where the hell are you?" "I'm in Virginia." "Virginia? I heard you were dead. We thought you were dead. Where have you been?" So I rehassed the scenario with Wendell. Wendell, being a little bit more aware of what the circumstances were at the time and why I disappeared, could understand it. He told me, "You know, you're in a book." To which I responded, "No shit." He said, "Yeah, a fellow by the name of Bill Steinman and I wrote a book." "Well, I helped him." "No kidding. How do I get a copy of the book?" "Well, I'll send you one." "Say, can I tell anybody that you're still there?" "Hell no. I don't want anybody to know I'm here. Send me the book and I'll talk to you." Several days later, I received the book in the mail and I sat down and read it. And I was greatly disturbed at what I read. Not because what was in the book was a lie. It wasn't. The information that was in the book was extremely accurate. Wendell had very faithfully seen to it that all the information was there. I was disturbed because after so many years I was forced to sit down and remember the circumstances that brought me to that point in my life. I then sat down with my wife and said, "Valerie, I want you to read this. This is who I am. This is what I'm about." It's finally come out in the open. She read it. She said, "Is it true?" I said, "Yes." And then she said, "What are you going to do about it? What are we going to do about it?" I said, "Well, what should we do about it? I don't know." I said, "Well, boy, you better get off your ass and get out there and start talking about it, because it's obvious somebody out there knows what's going on and they had better get the straight information." And when she said that, I fell in love with that lady all over again. She had more courage than I did. Either that or she was extremely naive. But I like to think she was courageous. So, after reading the book and going through all that, I finally contacted John Lear. First time I contacted him, I posed as Bill English's lawyer. Called him up and said, "I'm Mr. English's lawyer, legal attorney. He told me to contact you and find out what the hell you want." John told the lawyer what he wanted. He was very honest, very straightforward about it. I thanked him, hung up. And then I didn't call him back for about 2 weeks. Well, I considered everything. Finally, at the end of 2 weeks, I called him back. We talked for a few minutes. He asked if he could meet me in Virginia, and I said, "Yes, please do." And at a great inconvenience to him and at much expense, he flew to Virginia to meet me, where I met him at the Lynchburg airport. Immediately upon his arrival, for the first time in 8 years, we were followed. The government knew where I was at. John came into the airport terminal. I was wearing a beard, grubby old Levi's, the blue vest that many of you have seen me walking around here in the last few days, my lucky vest. He sat down. He had no idea what I looked like. I sat down next to him, waited for a couple of minutes, turned around and looked at him and said, "You can buy me a drink, let's go." And John, being the trooper that he is, didn't say a word. Got up, grabbed his bag, and walked out the door. Our trails followed us out the door. We jumped in John's car and headed to a local bar, where John bought me a drink. Two gentlemen followed us into the bar. John and I scooted out of the bar and headed for my home. The next few days, John very graciously, but very thoroughly, grilled me. Reminded me of things that I had not remembered for many years. My chief concern when I spoke to Mr. Lear was I did not know him and I did not want to come off as an idiot. I did not want him to think that I was another nutcase. It wasn't until about a month later when Mr. Lear sent me a copy of his report on meeting with me that I finally had an idea of what he thought of me, and I was deeply gratified to see that he believed me. Mr. Lear is officially retiring from active UFO investigations, and I cry for it. Objectively, he has not been in the field for very long, but what he has done has been phenomenal. Mr. Lear is perhaps one of the finest men I know. Whatever else you might think of him as an investigator, as a controversial figure, as a human being, the man has heart. And there's damn few of us anymore that can say that about anybody. Now that I've covered, for the most part, what I've had to say with regard to reviewing some of the circumstances which have brought me here tonight, it's now necessary for me to address the question of Mr. Moore. Last night, Mr. Moore stood up here and said, "We must stop the character assassination. We must stop the infighting. We must stop the disinformation." And as he was saying that, I was walking around the back of this auditorium about ready to pop a cork because the man was standing there telling you a bald-faced lie. Yeah. He has not stopped the character assassination, and he never did. 9 months ago, when Mr. Moore discovered that I had resurfaced, he was asked by 2 engineers from Aerojet Corporation what he thought of me and my viewing of the documents that I said I had viewed. To which he responded, "Bill English told me that he and Jerry Schultz were doing LSD when they wrote the Blue Book summation." This is a documented fact. Bill did in fact say this, and I have a letter from him stating that he said it. And I have that letter here today. It's in the possession of Mr. John Lear because I gave it to him yesterday morning. That statement is an out-and-out lie. I never made such a statement to Mr. Moore. In fact, I do not do drugs. I have a hard time taking drugs, even those prescribed by the doctor. I said nothing at that point because I wanted to wait and see what else was going to happen. Then Mr. Moore came out with that Bukaka UFO television show of his, which in my estimation was designed to do nothing more than to discredit the science of ufology. And that's exactly what it did. It was poorly produced, poorly written, and it made UFO investigators look like absolute, utter idiots. And it was the cruelest blow that anybody could have hit UFO investigators with. To add insult to injury, Mr. Moore had his two buzzards pronounce the stuff that he said I'd been lying about for 13 years. Word for word, they parroted everything that I had told him in 1979. 1 hour after viewing this travesty, I got on the telephone to Alan Benz and got Mr. Moore's phone number. Alan is here tonight. He will confirm this. Bill was in Washington, D.C. I spoke with Mr. Chandra. I told Mr. Chandra that I wanted a piece of Mr. Moore's ass so bad I was ready to crawl through the phone and bite him on the ear.
All right.
I told Mr. Chandra that that show was bullshit. That a man who for 12 years had said that Bill English is a liar and a drug addict and a paranoid schizophrenic and every kind of perverse son of a bitch that you can imagine produced a television show that parroted everything that I had been saying for 12 years. My question at that time was, if I'm such a liar, why would you produce a piece of crap like this and have someone say that? My question now is, after producing that piece of shit, why would you stand in front of an audience of qualified, intelligent people and tell them that it was a disinformation ploy? Another lie. Quite frankly, if Mr. Moore is not in this for the money, then what the hell is he in it for? He's not done any good for UFO investigation that I can determine, except hurt it. I would like to take this opportunity right now to apologize to you and to those of you who support Mr. Moore, but facts are facts. Whatever you may think of me, tomorrow morning I will get up and wash my face and go to the bathroom and put my pants on just like most of you do. I will be here tomorrow. Many of you came to this meeting today saying, we are going to get some answers. And I apologize to you because I don't have any answers for you. I don't even know what the questions are anymore. I do know that we as a body must pull together, not only in MUFONs, but in CUFOs, Center for International UFO Studies, all of the UFO organizations that are in existence today must put aside their political aspirations, must put aside the politics of their organization, must put aside their personal feelings. We must. It's imperative if we are going to accomplish anything. It has long been my central repository of records and information. Do it in such a manner that all organizations can access the information Thanks to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Richard Scheffler out of Alamogordo, New Mexico, that dream has come true. In the last 2 months, we have established a computerized news and information service devoted strictly to UFO information. Quality UFO information. The information that goes into this board will be approved by a board of approval consisting of several investigators of renown who are in fact members of various UFO organizations. Many of the members of this board do not like each other. Many of the members of this board do not agree with each other. Many of the members of this board hate each other's guts. We don't care. Whatever your opinions and personal conflicts might be, the members of this board are charged with the duty of checking over whatever information is submitted to the UFONet bulletin board for content, investigative technique. We do not editorialize. Whatever is submitted will be put on the computer exactly as it was submitted. There will be no deletions. There will be no editorial comment added to it. Nothing. What you see will be the original document. It is my hope that we, as an organization of human beings, can gather together and use this service to find the disinformation, to make a determination as to what is true or not true, employ scientific technique in the investigation of UFOs, and establish a firmer, more solid foundation for this science of ours. And that's exactly what this is. This is a science. We have no established criteria, per se, for investigators, but we hope eventually that will take place, and that ufology will be recognized as a genuine, bona fide field. For those of you who are not aware of my particular situation, it's time for the commercial. I have on sale in front a situation and update report. If you would like, please come. They're there. Right now, I'd like to open up the floor to questions. If there's anybody who has a question, please feel free to ask it. I will answer it to the best of my ability. If I cannot answer it, I will be honest and tell you I don't know. Yes, dear. Yes.
I would like to ask some questions.
Please do.
Would you comment about the Philadelphia experiment, Einstein and Marilyn Monroe? A little joke there for levity.
To be perfectly honest with you, the only thing I know about the Philadelphia experiment is what I saw in the movie. I cannot give you a qualified opinion about the book. And what was the rest of your question?
Well, I was wondering, in connection with that, about the mystery connected with Einstein's involvement with the Philadelphia experiment and the rumors about Marilyn Monroe being not only beautiful but intelligent, and her connection with the Kennedys, and why Jackie Kennedy kept quiet about everything. Was she also perhaps in fear for her life? But
my dear lady, you are asking me questions that I have absolutely no knowledge at all on.
I see.
I'm sorry, I can't answer them for you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you talk about the circumstances where you reviewed this Report 13 in England? You were in the service there, or
no,
a little more detail?
I was a civilian employee. I was employed by the Department of Defense Security Services Command. The document came across my desk in a diplomatic pouch with a disposition form instructing me to analyze the document, assign it a probability rate as to whether or not it was true, whatever. All I did was my job, which was essentially analyze the document that was presented in my inbox and write a summation of it.
Thank you.
Yes, Bill, will you discourse at length about some of the contents of this document and just get into it for about 5 minutes and tell us some of the things that you saw and above all some of your feelings towards this material. What were you feeling? What was it like to read this? And tell us about this material, because as a ufologist, I'm more interested in the flying saucers than I am about the petty squabbles between the researchers, you know what I mean?
At the time when I read the document, it was reported in the document that the United States had in its possession several UFOs. Technological reports showed that on a few of them they had been dismantled. There was a photograph of what was labeled as an atomic generator or a nuclear power unit, which was no bigger than a basketball. The inside of the craft showed what were control boards with strange writing on them. I'm not a linguist, so I couldn't begin to tell you what it said. There was a great deal of stuff, a lot of things that just I was more interested, to be honest with you, in the autopsy pictures. Several of the autopsy pictures showed alien cadavers on autopsy tables that had been vivisectioned. Several photographs showed an alien head which had been removed from the body, cut in half, which showed brain casings. Some of these photographs were in color, some of them were in black and white. One particular photograph that I remember distinctly was that of three aliens shoved up against what appeared to be a white tile wall, in which they looked very confused, and a photograph of them was taken. I'm sorry? Live aliens. Does that answer your question? Yes, sir, May.
Isn't it true, Bill, that our government believed for quite some time that these Greys boasted that they created Jesus Christ? I know it's kind of heavy, and I just figured I'd drop it on you.
It is rumored that this is in fact what has taken place. It's rumored that because of biogenetic engineering, Jesus Christ was engineered by the aliens. Quite honestly, I have no knowledge of this. I'm not a theologian. And to be perfectly honest with you, that is a topic that I am afraid to even approach, for the simple fact that it is so hot I would get burned.
I appreciate that, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, as a civilian employee and privileged to that kind of information, I wonder what it was that led to them flopping that on your desk, and what your direct reaction to information about UFOs. Did you have any previous orientation toward UFOs, or?
Perfectly frank with you, I had no interest in UFOs whatsoever. I had no knowledge of them. We found the aircraft. We were supposed to bring out survivors if there were any. There were none. At that time, I had no concept of UFOs, ufology, mutilations whatsoever. We found the entire crew still in their safety harnesses in their seat in the aircraft. The aircraft had not crashed. It was perfectly intact. The only visible damage that we could see was the fact that the engine pods were damaged because the aircraft was sitting on them. The crew had been mutilated. In every classical sense of the word, as described by Linda Howell in her book. Of cattle mutilations. We photographed the bodies. We grabbed dog tags. We destroyed the aircraft with the bodies in it. We returned to our assigned base. The photographs were forwarded to MACV headquarters in Saigon. This was the last I ever saw of them until 1976 when they appeared in the Grudge Blue Book 13 report. And I recognized them as being the photographs that I took. So I had no doubt whatsoever as to the authenticity of the document.
Do you think that they knew that handing you the file for your analysis?
It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. That could have been set up. I don't know.
And then beyond that, after you did analyze it and write your report, I'm unfamiliar with that, so I'm just wondering if that was what led directly to your ousting in the service.
I believe it was. I believe it was.
Thank you.
Next question, please. We're running short on time. I hope you don't feel slighted if I cut you off, but I'll try and get as many in as I can, so please make it brief.
Okay. I understand you had 1 day to analyze the report. That's the recollection I have from reading about the report. And it was not until sometime later that you tried to reproduce the report from memory.
I'm sorry, say again. I had a difficulty.
It was sometime later when you tried to kind of regenerate the report from memory from your 1 day or so. Can you characterize if you think that your recollection of the report was complete, or to what extent do you think you were able to kind of regurgitate what you actually saw?
Initially, it was about 95%. After 13 years, it's probably a little bit less.
That's actually a very high percentage. Is that just your talent?
I have an idyllic memory.
Okay. Your what? Your what?
I have an idyllic memory.
Eidetic.
Eidetic. All right, yeah. I got it, but I can't say it. Yes, sir.
We were shown a videotape narrated by Rod Serling of the landing at Holloman Air Force Base, and the aliens' faces were described with large noses, and that contradicts most of the descriptions we've heard about the popularly published descriptions of the aliens. The photos that you saw of the cadavers, did they suggest faces like those that we saw in that tape? And how do you explain that discrepancy?
You see some of the gentlemen walking around here with these strange white tags hanging off their collars. It's a picture of an alien. That pretty much characterized what they look like in the pictures that I saw. It's entirely possible that those aliens which landed at Holloman Air Force Base were of a different species. I do not know.
I have a question about a book that I discovered being mentioned in the Flying Saucer Review. In fact, being debunked and ridiculed there, and actually found a bookstore in Los Angeles, the book called Rancher. And when I opened it, the thing that grabbed my attention was mentioning of universes, super universes, central universes, local universes, and so on. And having some background in physics, in engineering, and being interested in different dimensions, I said, well, gee, interesting. Got the book, and I've been reading it carefully all these months. It was written in 34, 35, translated into English in the subsequent years, probably distributed through
Your point, sir, please. We're running short on time.
My question is, did you find any mentioning of this book in the documents that you came in contact with? Because in the book there are many chapters that will describe alien anatomies of different dozens of cases.
Well, first of all, I'm not familiar with the book. What I saw in the document was technically oriented. There was made mention of the possibility of interdimensional travel, but at that point, and now, I have no knowledge of physics whatsoever. So I could not answer you
It's
honestly.
not a book about dimensions. It's more a book about life in the universe and the different types of beings in the universe. And they would have chapters and chapters of listing of different biological types of entities, a lot of knowledge in chemistry and physics, astronomy, and so on.
Having not read the book, I can't give you an honest and qualified answer. Last question.
Yes, Bill. We hear that the aliens are very good at telepathy. Now, if in the early days the aliens were mistreated by humans, don't you think that that was conveyed to the alien nation early on? And as a result, I mean, don't you think they're waiting to get even or have gotten even?
Well, not being telepathic, I can't answer that question, unfortunately. If they are telepathic, I would imagine that if one knows, they all know. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for allowing me this time, and thank you for listening to me.
And the stealth fighters, 117As, stuff like that. UFOs wasn't really anything I was interested in, although I'd heard a few stories. And as every pilot does, they're always seeing something. I never saw anything until March 22nd of this year, which I'll tell you about. But my interest in UFOs came about 3.5 years ago. A friend of mine who flew in Laos with me, he was a Raven. If any of you followed those guys, they were people that were taken out of the Air Force, given civilian ID, and they flew directly for the U.S. ambassador in Laos up on the PDJ, the plane of jars. They did the forward air control for the U.S. airplanes that would come into the secret war in Laos. Anyway, Greg came in town about 3.5, 4 years ago, and he was retiring. He came over to the house, and I hadn't seen him since very early 70s. We started talking, asked him where all he'd been all these years, and one of the bases that he said he'd flown at was Bentwaters. Well, Bentwaters Air Force Base is a United States Air Force Base about 70 miles north of London. And supposedly on December 30th, 1980, a UFO landed there, and supposedly some aliens got out. And I'd heard the story. And when he mentioned Bentwaters, they said, "Oh, Bentwaters, that's supposedly where that UFO landed." He said, "No, John, not supposedly. It did." He said, "I didn't see it because I was confined to quarters, but I know the guys who did. And if you see them, just tell them we flew together in Laos, and they'll tell you what the scoop was." So he gave me the names of General Gordon Williams, Major Ted Conrad, Colonel Chuck Halt, and a few others. And I looked at Greg and I said, "You mean all this stuff is real? There really are UFOs and aliens and all that?" And he said, "Well, I don't know about the aliens," he said, "but the UFOs are real." So I got to thinking, boy, here's something I've been missing. And out of my airline indication and everything, I better find out what's going on. So I set out on a search. It took about 3.5, 4 years to find out what was going on. And I dipped down into my reserve of intelligence contacts. I made a lot of trips around the United States, made a lot of phone calls. Got my truck 1 month, spent a month going out, driving around Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico, talking to people who would not talk on the phone, but who would talk to me face to face. And these included Army, Navy. Incidentally, Navy's got the control of this entire cover-up. Everybody is thinking it's the Air Force, and they're always writing to the Air Force this and the Air Force that. They don't have anything to do with it. It's the Navy. And I talked to various DIA, CIA people, and when I got back in December 1987, I wrote what became known as the John Lear hypothesis, and which since has been proven to be absolutely, totally right on the mark, true, except for various dates, maybe 1 or 2 months off. But it's checked out thoroughly, and I'll tell you how. Now, one of the people I ran into was a guy named Larry Warren, and Larry Warren was at Bentwaters. He was with security police, and he was formed part of this perimeter guard that surrounded this UFO when it landed. Okay. Larry was part of this perimeter guard that surrounded the UFO. And Larry was in town the other day. In 1985, CNN did a 30-minute special on the Bentwaters incident. And what I'd like to show you here is the most comprehensive cover-up in the history of mankind. It's why most people think of flying saucers as a joke. This nation has been systematically and thoroughly brainwashed into believing that flying saucers do not exist. We have been conditioned to think of extraterrestrials in terms of science fiction things. It's easily controlled, it's solved. The distances which are great, the time to travel unimaginable, the speed of light, blah, blah, blah. The serious news media leans over backwards to avoid mentioning the subject in any way except facetious. TV and tabloids operate a censorship in reverse by exaggerating and sensationalizing the facts of today's history. They reduce them to absurdities. Ridicule. Ridicule is defined as words or actions intended to evoke contemptuous laughter at a person or thing. Fear of ridicule is the primary emotion on which the government's cover-up of UFO was based. But let me tell you something. Our survival, yours and mine, depend on our ability to recognize that we have been duped by a well-meaning but inept military and government into believing that there is no threat and that flying saucers do not exist. For those who believe they exist and entertain the simplistic belief that they are all our benevolent space brothers here to guide us into a battle-free utopian society, fails to correlate with the known facts of numerous case histories. Here's what one Navy captain involved in the cover-up said to Ray Stanford, eminent UFO researcher, after he caught Stanford with a piece of an extraterrestrial craft, which incidentally came from the Socorro incident. He says, "You have no right to that dynamite. What do you want to do? Blow up the whole economy, the entire social structure, and every other institution worth keeping?" Those in a position to know are under no delusion. They know the facts. People are not ready to know the facts, and they have no need to know the facts. They could, half of them. Half the people maybe go off the deep end. So Stanford asked the captain if those in the know had cracked up after learning the facts. I doubt it, he was told, but those men are trained to meet and accept crises. They are capable of rational judgment in the face of the unexpected. Their decisions are based on experience and considering the welfare of larger groups of people. That provides experience and discernment that the average man, not even the UFO researcher, ever has. Well, isn't that special? Giordano Bruno got burned at the stake in the year 1600 for daring to say that the sun does not revolve around the earth. Even though he was correct, people did not want to hear it. The church did not want to hear it. And the fact that the earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed for another 200 years. It eventually caused a major upheaval in the church, government, and thought, a realignment of social and traditional values. Today, I'm telling you that a small group of military and civilian thugs, usurping the constitutional authority of the Senate and the Congress, entered into an illegal agreement with an alien nation in which, under the cover of national security, human lives were traded for highly advanced technology. The enormous cause involved in this cover-up and production of the technology was financed by the importation of massive amounts of drugs from Southeast Asia. Fortunately for my efforts to get the truth out, all I'm getting is a little ridicule. But let me tell you my story, and you can make up your own mind whether or not it's true. In its effort to protect our democracy, our secret government made a deal with this alien nation. But we were double-crossed, and the government believes that it's vitally important that you don't find anything about it until they can get things under control. But the situation now is so far out of hand at this point that there is very little chance of that. And I believe that you have the right to know the truth. It's your right as an American. It's your right as a human being. What I'm going to tell you now is true beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not important that you believe it now, Just listen and follow it away. The next few months, maybe even years, you'll wake up one fine day and say to yourself, my gosh, the son of a gun was right. Of course, by then it'll be too late. So listen up. Number one, the United States government, since July 7, 1947, has collected and has in its possession at least 15, but probably closer to 25 extraterrestrial flying saucers belonging to at least 3 different alien civilizations from far beyond our solar system. At least 5 are undamaged, and the Air Force has flown these under a secret program known as Project Red Light, which is continuing to this date at the Nevada test site, and I'll show you exactly where in a few minutes. Number 2, the United States government has in cryogenic storage at least 30, but maybe closer to 100 alien bodies representing as many as 3 different civilizations from far beyond our solar system. The bodies were or are kept at Wright-Patterson and Homestead Air Force bases, and there is an alien corpse display at the CIA facility in Langley, Virginia. At least 3 of the aliens were captured alive, and 1 is still living up at Groom Lake, Nevada, and I'll show you exactly where. Number 3, at least 1 million Americans, and probably far more, have been abducted since the early 1940s. These abductions last about 2 hours and are carried out for 3 purposes. The first purpose is to insert a tiny transmitter the size of a BB, or in some cases much smaller, into the brain of the subject in order to monitor certain biological functions, the specifics of which are unknown to us at this time. The transmitters are implanted into human beings first at the age of 4 or 5. They are picked up again and checked out at the age of 10 or 12, and at about the age of 18, the implant is sometimes removed. The second purpose of the abduction is to program the individual through post-hypnotic suggestion. On the basis of some of these cases, we believe that some sort of enormously important event may occur within the next 1 to 4 years. And the abductees have been post-hypnotically programmed to proceed to a certain place and perform a certain function during that event. In some cases, the abductees have been shown what appears to be similar to a TV channel changer and advised that at the proper time they'll remember what the unit was for and how to work it. Under our best hypnotic techniques, we are unable to find out when or what. The third reason for the abductions is interbreeding, experiments where we've been crossbred with the aliens. In his book, Intruders, Bud Hopkins tells us about his 2.5-year investigation of Kathy Davis of Indianapolis, who was inseminated by aliens and produced 7 crossbreeds. Number 4, during the past 13 years, over 14,000 cattle throughout the U.S., Canada, and South America have been mutilated in a completely grotesque manner. The mutilations have been investigated by many state and federal agencies, including the FBI, and was the subject of the Emmy Award-winning production, A Strange Harvest, produced by Linda Moulton Howe for the CBS affiliate in Denver. The government issued several press releases blaming the mutilations on predatory animals. However, it was proven that the mutilations were performed using advanced laser surgical equipment which actually cut between the cells of the tissue, a process presently beyond our technology. The animal's genitals, rectum, reproductive organ, and eyes were removed, in most cases while it was still alive. One interesting phenomenon in nearly all the mutilations is that no blood was found in or near the carcasses, and that there was no vascular collapse of the remains. The mutilations have occurred as far north as Canada, where mutilations are classified top secret by the government, and as far south as Brazil. Mutilations have occurred this year, over 200 this year have occurred in a large East Coast city. Number 5, it is unknown exactly which one of the 70 or more alien civilizations which are visiting us at this time are responsible for the mutilations. However, there is private scientific speculation that these parts and their glandular secretions are used for food and or genetic experiments. Now I'd like to show you an excerpt from Linda Howe's Strange Harvest, drawn in 1971. This is a case of the right hand not knowing what the left hand was doing. It was edited by Major Donald G. Carpenter and Colonel Edward B. Thurkelson. Chapter 13, titled Unidentified Flying Objects. According to this, the UFO phenomenon has been around about 50,000 years. Chapter 13 of Introductory Space Science brings the Air Force Academy students through about 50,000 years of UFO history. From the 47,000-year-old granite carvings in the Hunan province to the Tassili Plateau rock sculptures of 6,000 BC, to the story of Ezekiel in 593 BC, to the Irish accounts in 956 AD, up through 1742 and the UFO over London in that year, to 1897 when the first cattle mutilations occurred on the Hamilton Ranch in Leroy, Kansas, to 1947 and the Ken Arnold sightings, to the Lonnie Zamora incident in Socorro, New Mexico. On April 24, 1964, a police officer witnessed two humanoids dressed in silvery coveralls jump in a cylindrical type object and fly away. The chapter covers the Betty and Barney Hill abduction of September 19th of 1961, which became the first widely known abduction case. The Betty and Barney Hill case was particularly fascinating because under separate and highly controlled conditions, each was hypnotized separately for several months with a post-hypnotic suggestion that they would not remember or discuss between themselves what was discovered. At the conclusion, their stories matched perfectly. One very peculiar incident related by Betty was the fact that at one point the alien stuck a needle into her stomach. She asked him why, and they said, "It's a pregnancy test." She told him, well, that was no pregnancy test here on Earth. That was in 1961. There was to be a prophetic account because amniocentesis was developed in the early 1970s. This was a method to surgically withdraw the fluid from the uterus of the pregnant female for use in determination of sex or genetic disorders in the fetus. This was 8 years after her abduction. On page 461 of the Academic Physics book, this surprising statement is made. The most commonly described alien is about 3.5 feet tall, has a round head, arms reaching to or below his knees, and is wearing a silvery spacesuit or coveralls. Other aliens appear to be essentially the same as Earthmen, while still others have particularly wide wraparound eyes or mouths with very thin lips. There is a rare group reported as about 4 feet tall, weight of around 35 pounds, and covered with thick hair or fur. Members of this last group are described as being extremely strong. Now I'd like to show you something similar to this. This comes from the Stringfield documents. Here's a picture of what is known as the Gray. We've all seen this. Up at the test site, their nicknames are the Gourds. They call them the Gourds because of the shape of their heads. At least that's what the guards call them. They probably come from a star system known to us as Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2, about 37 light years away from us. As you can see, the relative portions are of a 5-month fetus. These drawings were made with the help of a CIA informant and a surgeon who performed an autopsy of a Gray in the late 40s. Here's a detail of the head. There is a large brow. The eyes are quite large, brown in color with no eyelids. Here's a detail of the hand. It has 4 fingers which are slightly webbed with no opposable thumb. And the following items were noted by an autopsy, during an autopsy by an Army surgeon at Walter Reed in the late 40s. About 3.5 to 4 feet tall, weight of about 40 pounds. 2 almond-shaped eyes without pupils, no earlobes. Mouth small, appears not to function as a means of communication or means of food ingestion. Arms extending to the knees. Skin blue or gray. No teeth, no apparent reproductive organs. Colorless liquid prevalent in the body without red cells. No digestive tract. The available evidence indicates that we have a wide variety of visitors, about 70 different species in fact, with various different types of motivation for being here and different ways of interacting with us. Some have had us under surveillance since deep antiquity, periodically stimulating our developments. Since 19,000 sightings of enormous craft swooping low over the Hudson Valley in New York. In October and November of 1987, there were hundreds of recorded sightings of craft larger than a 747 flying slowly over Whitfield, Virginia, reported variously as huge triangles or disc-shaped objects. In the past year, human and animal mutilations continue unabated in New York, Nevada, and the Midwest. Abductions are continuing nationwide. The Foreman, Arkansas sightings of huge objects have started again. The Oklahoma sightings of February 1st, 1989 were a dazzling array of unidentified flying objects seen by more than dozens. Then there were the sightings in Key Largo, January 12th, and continued sightings in Illinois, Wisconsin, Kansas, Washington, Alabama, Pennsylvania, and nightly sightings in Central America, particularly Guatemala City. On March 4th, 1988, the ABC affiliate in Pensacola, Florida, presented a 30-minute documentary showing 36 clear photos and 1 minute and 38 seconds of an extraterrestrial craft, and these sightings are still continuing. They proudly thought of themselves the most powerful nation on Earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb and won World War. They had built jet aircraft that would exceed the speed of sound in a few months. They had built bombers with intercontinental range that could carry weapons of enormous destruction. The post-war era had brought economic prosperity and the future seemed bright. Now just imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the panic of the Orson Welles broadcast of the War of the Worlds in 1938, just 7 or 9 years earlier. Thousands of Americans had panicked at a realistically presented invasion of Earth by beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of the real aliens, frightening little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claws at the end of their fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how the strange saucers were powered and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders, no pistons, no vacuum tubes, no turbines, no hydraulic actuators. It's only when you fully understand the overwhelming helplessness the government was faced with in the summer of 1947 can you comprehend their perceived need for a total, thorough, and sweeping cover-up to include the use of deadly force. This enormous cover-up was initiated on September 24, 1947 by President Truman by an executive order which established a group of 12 top military, scientific, and intelligence personnel of their time. They were known as the MJ-12. Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. Gordon Gray was the last member to pass away as original member. As each member passed away, another was appointed to fill the position. The group today is composed of more members than the original 12, and among those who are thought to be current members are Dr. Kissinger, Dr. Ed Teller, General Lou Allen, head of space technology, and Admiral Bobby Inman. On November 18, 1952, President-elect Eisenhower was briefed on Majestic 12 and the cover-up by Admiral Roscoe H. Hillenkotter. Hillenkotter was MJ-1 and had been the director of Central Intelligence Agency from May of 47 to September of 50. Sometime during the latter part of 1953 or the early part of 54, President Eisenhower was rushed from a vacation in Palm Springs to Muroc Dry Lake, which is now called Edwards Air Force Base, and witnessed a flying saucer. According to some sources, Eisenhower told the aliens that the world was not ready for them, and that's where the matter rested for about 10 years. Incidentally, one of our well-known astronauts witnessed that saucer landing at Muroc Dry Lake. Project Blue Book made 14 reports before it was terminated by the Air Force in 1969 after reviewing the Condon Report. The public got to see 13 of the reports, number 1 through 12, and number 14. Project Blue Book Report number 13 consisted of 624 pages typed offset, reproduced on white paper with a gray cover. It covered U.S. government official UFO procedures, classifications, and all top-secret UFO activity from 1942 through 1951, addendum to 1963. Last year, I met with a former information analyst with the Air Force Electronic Security Services who saw an actual copy of the Project Grudge Blue Book Report number 13. This man's name is Bill English and will be speaking with us today. I also talked with Bill Cooper, formerly of Naval Intelligence Briefing Team, who also saw the Grudge 13 report. I also talked with a government scientist who also saw a copy of the report. Here are some of the things that they remembered as being in the document. Chapter 1, UFO activity, significant UFO sightings, UFO landings, UFO alien close approaches, abductions, detention, crashed UFOs, UFO retrievals, sensitive military and industrial areas where close encounters occurred, technical details on dismantled UFOs, UFO physics, exotic nuclear and weaponry, clean breeder reactor the size of a football, ultrasonic light ray and beam weapons. Chapter 2 was the photographic section, included all glossy pages, photos either 3.5 by 5 or 8 by 10, photos of sensitive UFOs, color photographs of crashed UFOs, 3 in good condition, 1 dismantled. Color photographs of deceased aliens, averaged 4.5 feet tall, color photographs of 3 live aliens, color photographs of human mutilations, including head, rectum, sex organs, internal organs, blood removal, etc. Chapter 3 was human and humanoid aliens, humanoid species, humanoid autopsies, no indication of age, small species similar to human varied in a height of a few inches, liquid chlorophyll-based nourishment. At this time, they were aware of 17 different species. Food absorbed through the mouth membrane, waste excreted through the skin, language similar in appearance to Sanskrit, used mathematical phrases. Live alien communicated only desired answers to questions, remained silent on undesired questions. In the early 1950s, according to Project Blue Book Report number 13, people who had close encounters of the third and relocated to one of 4 relocation centers encounter experienced. These sites were located in the Midwest and the Northwest U.S., with one site on the Utah-Nevada border. These relocation centers had extensive medical facilities available to deal with all medical emergencies, including radiation poisoning, psychotherapy, and deprogramming. One example of this is the Darlington Farm case of Ohio in 1953. As they sat there eating dinner, the lights in the farmhouse began to dim. Outside, the dogs and other animals began to raise a ruckus. The 13-year-old boy gets up from the dinner table, see what's going on. He calls to his mother and father to come outside and see a funny light. The mother and father went out on the porch. As they got to the porch, one of the dogs broke loose and ran into an open field in front of the house. The boy began chasing it as the light came down and began to hover in the open field. As the mother and father watched, the boy started screaming for help. The father grabbed his shotgun and ran into the field, only to witness his son being dragged away by little humanoids into the fiery, large-looking object. The father fired several rounds into the object, but to no avail, and it took off. They found the dog with its head crushed, but no sign of the boy or any other footprints. The father immediately called Darlington police, and they came out to investigate. Their official report read that the boy had run off and was lost in the forest which bordered the farm. Within 48 hours, the Air Force made the determination that the family was to be relocated, and the mother and father were picked up by Air Force intelligence, and all personal belongings and possessions were loaded into Air Force trucks and moved to a northwestern relocation site. The mother was in shock and had to go through a great deal of psychotherapy and deprogramming, as did the father. On April 25th, 1964, the first official communication between the aliens and our U.S. government took place at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. 3 saucers came in, 1 landed at a prearranged area, and a meeting was held between the aliens and intelligence officers of the U.S. government. The whole sequence was filmed by 5 motion picture cameras. An acquaintance of mine in Los Angeles, Bob Emenegger, was given 800 feet of this film in 1973 to view when he was asked to prepare a documentary when it was decided to originally release the truth about flying saucers to the public. This was in the beginning of 1973. Unfortunately, when Watergate developed, it was decided the public could not handle 2 traumatic developments at the same time, and the document was changed. The document, which you can still get today, but I don't know where, started and it gave you the whole history of UFOs up until the very end, and the crowning thing for this documentary, which was narrated by Rod Serling, was they were going to show this landing at Holloman, the actual film. Well, what happened is that because of Watergate, they decided that they were not going to release the true information to the public, and the end they changed and they put in drawings. And the drawings at the end simulate. And Rod Serling, I'll show you this one cut from UFOs it has begun. And Rod says, let's consider an incident that may happen in the future or could have already happened in the past. Well, of course, it already did happen in the past, but they weren't going to tell the public. And one of the interesting things about this is if you look very closely, and I'll try and point it out, there's a 7-second segment right after the beginning, and I'll show you where it is, that's part of the real film. And I was over in Frankfurt about almost a year ago with Emmenager, and we were in the bar talking about the film, and I said, you know, how did you guys fake that saucer shot, that one coming over the hill where the camera zooms in? I said, it's awful hard to tell. I said, boy, kind of looks like it might be part of the real film to me. And he said, yeah, it is part of the real film. And I said, let me guess, you left it in there because one, the public wouldn't believe it, and number two, would it cost too much money to fake it? He said, yeah. He said, that's exactly right. The public would not believe it. It's too short a segment. You can't really tell, and it saved us a lot of money trying to fake it. So I'll point out that 7 segment, and that is part of the real shot coming in.
That will be made. Let's look at an incident that might happen in the future, or perhaps could have happened already. The premise is that contact is made by extraterrestrial beings with representatives of the United States Air Force at Holloman Air Force Base in the deserts of New Mexico. The day is clear. It's about 5:32 a.m. at Holloman Air Force Base. Traffic light. One recon plane is on the field ready for takeoff when Sergeant Mann is given a report of an approaching unidentified craft.
Yeah, Bill, no, nothing on the wall.
Turn left.
I'll repeat it again. Unidentified approaching objects on coordinate 49er, 34 degrees southwest following
Can I go northeast down with you on the helicopter?
Probably a stray civilian, maybe. Keep me informed.
142, turn left.
I see him over there. Check with Edwards. Make contact with him, Bill.
This is Holloman Air Force Base Control Tower. Identify yourself. What's your tail number? We're encroaching on military airspace. Warning, identify yourself. You're in a restricted military air corridor.
Call the base commander.
8647.
Base commander's office, Sergeant Whitmore speaking. Yes? Yes, hold on. Colonel, for you.
This is Colonel Horner, yes? Can I go north? Yes, an unidentified vehicle. You warned the aircraft again? 142, turn left.
What's its shape?
Radar contact.
Check Edwards.
Civilian patrol? Okay, all right. Sound a red alert.
Unidentified craft approaching.
Hey, Bill, give me a quick check with Light Patterson Intelligence. It may be an experimental craft from somewhere, I don't know, here. Alert the fire chief and security and safety.
Two military interceptors are dispatched to escort the unidentified crafts out of the area. During a routine photographic mission, a tech sergeant and staff sergeant of the base photographic team were aboard a helicopter at the time and run off several feet of film of the three objects, one of which breaks away and begins a descent. A second high-speed camera crew on the ground runs off approximately 600 feet. The cameras continue to roll as the extraordinary vehicle comes into view. It hovers, almost silently, about 10 feet off the ground for nearly a minute and yaws like a ship at anchor, then sets down on 3 extension pads. Commander and 2 officers, along with 2 base Air Force scientists, arrive and wait apprehensively. A panel slides open on the side of the craft, stepping forward, 1, then 2, and a third, what appear to be men dressed in tight-fitting jumpsuits, perhaps short by our standards, with an odd blue-gray complexion, eyes set far apart, a large pronounced nose. They wear a headpiece that resembles a rope-like design. The commander and the 2 scientists step forward to greet the visitors. Arrangements are made by some sort of communication, and the group quickly retires to an inner office in the King 1 area. Left behind stand a stunned group of military personnel. Who the visitors are, where they're from, and what they want is unknown. We now have a new challenge, perhaps the most monumental in recorded history. The opportunity to investigate a phenomenon that could change our destiny. Through the study and understanding of the UFO phenomena, we may discover a new energy force, or how to use it, or it could lead to an understanding of our relationship to life throughout the universe. And if there are beings from distant advanced societies, we may be privileged to see a revelation, a look at ourselves 1,000 years in the future. And perhaps at this very moment, located in another galaxy, somewhere in infinite space, other beings raise similar questions and discuss the possibilities of life outside their planet, and talk about Earth as part of their plans for the near future.
Colonel was head of audio-visual at Norton Air Force Base, and he actually saw the film run through. Robert Emenager saw blow-ups from the original frames of the film. In the late 1960s and possibly earlier, MJ-12, representing the U.S. government, made a deal with these creatures called EBEs. The deal was that in exchange for super advanced weapon technology that the aliens would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on, and further, we would help suppress the information on the cattle mutilations. The EBEs assured MJ-12 that these abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of a developing civilization. In fact, the abductions were for a much more sinister reason. The U.S. government was not initially aware of the far-reaching consequences of their deal. They were led to believe that the abductions were essentially benign, and since they figured they would probably go on anyway, they agreed and merely insisted that a list of current abductees be submitted to MJ-12. Does this sound incredible? Unbelievable? Those responsible for this disaster hope and pray you will dismiss it as so much rubbish. But it's getting harder and harder for Americans to buy this cover-up. There has not been not one official statement from the government on flying saucers since 1969, when the Connor report said that they didn't exist, and when the Air Force closed Project Blue Book. Not one government official has uttered a word about flying saucers except President Reagan. What did President Reagan say? Well, in the last 2 years of his presidency, he made 4 references to a threat by invaders from outer space. The first one was on December 4th, 1985. You can get a copy of this statement. Remarks of the President to the Ballston High School students and faculty, wherein he says, I couldn't but, one point in our discussions privately with General Secretary Gorbachev, when you stop to think that we're all God's children wherever we may live in this world, I couldn't help but say to him, just think how easy his task and mine might be in these meetings that we held if suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species from another planet outside in the universe. We'd forget all our little local differences that we have between our countries, and we would find out once and for all that we are really all human beings here on this earth together. Then, September 21st, 1987, text of remarks by the President to the 42nd General Assembly of the United Nations. He said, in our obsession with the antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to our universal aspirations of our people than the war, threat of war? And in Chicago, June 1988, President Reagan compared the danger of nuclear weapons with a hypothetical situation in which the world was threatened by a power from outer space. Now wait a minute, you say. Why haven't I heard about all this? How come nobody is talking? Well, because reporters don't want to dig. They're afraid of ridicule. They're afraid people will laugh at them. They think it's smart or in to ridicule UFO researchers. If you ask them why aliens couldn't be here right now on Earth, they say, well, because somebody would know. But I'll tell you the real reason. It's because it's a secret. It's the biggest damn secret in the history of mankind. Now I want you to hear of what some very credible people have had to say about flying saucers over the years. Here's Vice Admiral Hillenkotter. It is time for the truth to be brought out. Behind the scenes, some high-ranking Air Force officials are soberly concerned about UFOs. But through official secrecy and ridicule, many citizens are led to believe the unknown flying objects are nonsense. Here's President Carter. If I become president, I'll make every piece of information this country has about UFO sightings available to the public and the scientists. I am convinced that UFOs exist because I have seen one. What did Carter do for us? Here's what Major Gordon Cooper had to say. Several days in a row, we sighted groups of metallic saucer-shaped vehicles at great altitudes over the base. This was in Germany in 1951. And we tried to get close to them, but they were able to change direction faster than our fighters. I do believe UFOs exist, and that the truly unexplained ones are from some other technologically advanced civilization. Here's what General Nathan Twining had to say. The phenomenon reported is something real and not visionary or fictitious. Here's what, here's our old friend Dr. Carl Sagan. He was drawn into MJ-12 in about 1963 because of statements like this. In 1962, he told the American Rocket Society convention, "We must be prepared to face the probability that we have been visited by intelligent beings from outer space and the likelihood that as a requisite to those visits, they would have used bases on the averted side of the moon." Old Dr. Wilbur Smith in Canada said flying saucers exist. The matter is the most highly classified subject in the United States, rating even higher than the H-bomb. And one last quote from an old friend of ours, General Douglas MacArthur. In 1955, here's what he told the New York Times. Now remember, this is General Douglas MacArthur talking. "The nations of the world will have to unite, for the next war will be an interplanetary war. The nations of Earth must someday make a common front against an attack by people from other planets." MacArthur said that in the New York Times. Now, 7 years later, to the graduating class at West Point, here's what else MacArthur said. "We deal now not with things of this world alone, but with unimaginable distances and as yet unfathomed mysteries of the universe. We are reaching out for a new and boundless frontier. We speak in terms of harnessing the cosmic energy of ultimate conflict between a united human race and the sinister forces of some other planetary galaxy." During the period of 1979 to 1983, it became increasingly obvious to MJ-12 that things were not going as planned. It became known that thousands more than the people listed on their list were being abducted. Some of our top scientists who had objected to this going on, and 50 of them were massacred in the summer of 1980. MJ-12, by 1984, MJ-12 must have been a stark terror at the mistake they had made in dealing with the EBEs. They had subtly promoted Close Encounters of the Third Kind and ET to get the public used to these small, odd-looking creatures that were compassionate, benevolent, and very much our space brothers. MJ-12 sold the EBEs to the public, and we're now faced with the fact that quite the opposite was true. In addition, a plan had been formulated in 1968 to make the public aware of the existence of aliens on Earth over the next 15 years, to be culminated with several documentaries to be released in the 1983-1985 period of time. These documentaries would explain the history and intentions of the EBEs, and the discovery of the grand deception put the entire plans, hopes, and dreams of MJ-12 into utter confusion and panic. Meeting at the country club, a remote lodge and private golf course, comfortable sleeping quarters and working quarters, and its own private airstrip built exclusively by and for the members of MJ-12. It was a factional fight of what to do now. Part of MJ-12, which had become now military heavy, wanted to confess the whole scheme and shambles it had become to the American public, beg their forgiveness, and ask for their support. But the majority of MJ-12 argued that there was no way they could do that. The situation was basically untenable, and there was no use in exciting the public with a horrible truth. The best plan was continue the development of a weapon that could be used against the EBEs. Unfortunately, towards the end of last year, 1987, whatever that weapon was, to contain the EBEs failed. A new program has been suggested, but it's going to take about 2 years to put in place. In the meantime, it's essential for MJ-12 that nobody finds out what happened or is going on, and the use of deadly force is authorized. Now you say to me, John Lear, this is all very interesting and extremely entertaining, but it just can't be true. It can't be true for one simple reason. The government never has, nor will they ever be able to keep a secret. And I will say this to you. If you truly believe that this government cannot keep a secret when it wants, then I have some swampland in Florida I need to talk to you about right after this meeting. But you say, John, surely somebody would have talked. One of the astronauts who saw the strange objects on the moon, or one of them who saw the huge piece of mining equipment on the backside of the moon on Apollo 8. Yep, a few of them tried to talk, but they were silenced, most notably Gordon Cooper. They are silenced by JANEP 146, which is an order that prohibits members of the armed forces from discussing UFO incidents or sightings on penalty of 10 years in jail, $10,000 fine, and forfeiture of all pay and or pension. You have to understand that this is the biggest secret in the world. Now you say, okay, John, you've told me a lot of stories and interesting anecdotes, but what is your best evidence that what you say is true? Well, here's a few things. Let's start out with what a staff physicist who works at S4. I'm going to show you these maps a little bit later. Well, maybe I'll show them to you now. This first map is a map of the test site, Nevada test site. Goes all around there. That's the MOA, the military operating area. This area right in here is a restricted area. You can't fly over it, nor can you go on the ground. This area right here, little kind of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-sided figure there is the Tonopah test range, and that's where they fly the stealth fighter, the 117A. If you want to drive up there, you drive up the road toward Reno, follow it up there like that, get to Tonopah. When you get to Tonopah, turn right, follow the road all to here until you see, you'll see a rocket ship, and it says, I think Tonopah Test Range or something, and you take that road all the way down to the fence right here, and then you turn right at the fence, and you can go along this fence here and take pictures all day long. We have some beautiful ones of the stealth fighter we're taking right along there. They also keep our MiGs up there. The United States Air Force has one of or more of every MiG that is produced by the Russians, except the MiG-25. That's where they kept. This area down here is used by the Department of Energy to test atomic weapons, underground tests. This area around here, like this, is used for red flag exercises. That's the military aerial training that the Air Force uses for it's the Air Force version of Top Gun. And this area right in the middle here is called Area 51. It's also called Dreamland. It's also called the Ranch. It's called a number of names. Anyway, this is Area 51. There's a 35,000 foot strip right here. There's a number of hangars there. And this is where most of our top secret projects go on. The U-2 was assembled there. Actually, the U-2 was built in Bakersfield, but assembled up here. The SR-71 was built in Burbank and assembled up there. Aurora is tested here. Aurora is the follow-on for the SR-71. It's a Mach 6 to 7 airplane, 250,000 feet, 3-man crew. It operates from there, has been operational for about the past 2 years. But the place that we're interested in is right here. Right to the south here, 10 miles south, it's called S4, and that's where the government keeps the flying saucers. And you get there by bus. Incidentally, this whole area, you get there by airplane in the morning when you go to work. You drive up to Hughes here, and you go through a security check, and you get into a little 737, white with a red stripe. If you're driving out of town, you can see them parked off to the left there. And they take you in by air. That's how they control the security up there. And when you get out of there, there's very few people who work down here, but down at S4 where they keep the saucers is, they take you the bus down there, and the bus has blacked out windows so you can't see where you're going. So let me show you what this physicist had to say, and the date was May 15th, so it wasn't too long ago. He said this on the 5 o'clock news on Channel 8.
The most secretive spots on the planet. It's located on the northeast edge of the Nevada test site and is said to be where weapon systems have been tested over the years. According to some UFO researchers, it's also where the government is test flying alien spacecraft. It sounds pretty far out, but some Las Vegas residents report having seen these flying saucers.
A local scientist who says he worked at Groom Lake and saw the saucers joins us in tonight's interview. He has asked that his identity be shielded. Sir, how do we know you are who you say you are and that you actually have knowledge about what's going on at Groom Lake?
Well, I guess there's no way you could really know. There's really no way I can prove it without revealing my identity and getting myself into more trouble than I have already.
Exactly what's going on up there?
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs, that are out there of extraterrestrial origin. And they're basically being dismantled. Some are, well, in various stages of completion, built from other parts, and they're being test flown and basically just analyzed.
You say there's 9 saucers. How are those tests going?
As far as what?
As far as whether they're successful and that sort of thing.
Oh, well, some of them are 100% intact and operate perfectly. The other ones are being taken apart. I was involved mainly in propulsion and the power source. Basically, as far as I can remember, there are about half of them do operate. And the other half are just been torn down, basically to analyze the components to them.
Where did we get these saucers? How did they come into the hands of the government?
I haven't the slightest idea, and you have to understand the information is very compartmentalized, and I was only allowed information that pertained particularly to what I was involved in.
But I mean, couldn't our government have made them as opposed to getting them from some alien beings?
Totally impossible. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all. In fact, one of the reasons that I'm going forward with this information, it's not only a crime against the American people, it's a crime against the scientific community, which I've been part of for some time, for actively trying to duplicate these systems, yet they are in existence now and basically in the hands of the government.
What would happen to you if the government learned that you were giving us this information?
Anything could happen. I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea.
But you said you referred to getting into trouble. Have you had some repercussions already?
Yeah, I've been threatened with being charged with espionage. I've had my life threatened by them, my wife's life threatened by them, and I mean, I don't know where else you can go from there.
Will the government ever tell us about the testing, and do the Soviets know about this?
The Soviets were involved at some specific point. They were kicked out of the program rather abruptly. In the middle, I don't know why that was or what happened. They're not very happy about it. And as far as them revealing it, I'm sure they have every intention of claiming that all the technology was developed here, and it was absolutely not.
If the Soviets were kicked out of this testing program, why wouldn't they tell us about this?
I have no idea. They weren't allowed all the information. Apparently they had some, and we were basically trading with them. As far as whether they have discs or not, I don't know. I don't even know if they had knowledge that we actually had any there. But they were involved to some extent, and I don't know how much.
What about aliens? Any of those up there at Groom Lake?
I really want to steer away from that right now.
Is the Star Wars program in any way related to what's going on up there? I know some people believe that maybe we're building Star Wars for something other than the Soviets.
This directly taps out of the Star Wars budget, which is very hard to follow because it requires huge amounts of money. It also, Yeah, it taps out of a lot of other places too that would be very hard to track down. But yeah, Star Wars is directly related to it. The United States Navy is the part of the government that really maintains control over this.
Well, we want to thank you for joining us. It's pretty interesting stuff you've got to say. Thank you.
I think we all owe Dennis a hand for coming forward. That was pretty interesting information. A couple of weeks ago, we found out one of the nights that the government was going to fly one of the saucers. So we were told when and where to stand, and we went out there, and we got some on videotape. It's just a blob, but I just want to show you this quick videotape we made after with the thing went down, and we're standing around. I'm Lear, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Groom Lake, Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here I have my Celestron scope. It's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that in fact it was a disc. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government. So if you just stand by, and we'll be looking over that mountain, which is where they are. They also come over here, which is over at Bald Mountain. There's some lights over there which you can't see, but there are a number of trucks. We don't know whether they're looking down here or what they're doing up there, but we managed to get in here. We're standing on public land. It's completely legal where we are. And if you'd like to come here later in the show, we'll tell you exactly how to get here. Incidentally, the third night we went up, Dennis was with us, and the next morning got fired. Next morning, he's had 3 threats to his life since then, and he's not doing too well, but I will report to you that he is still alive. Just quickly, for those of you that want to go see a flying saucer, you take Highway 15 north out of here to Salt Lake City, and there's a cutoff, Highway 93, that goes to, I think the sign says Caliente. Follow the signs up towards Caliente until you get to a place called Ash Springs. At Ash Springs, there's a cutoff, and you take the left one, and the cutoff says either Tonopah or Warm Springs. And you follow that road up through the mountains here, and you'll go up through a pass and come back down through the mountains. Now, just as you get out of the pass, right there, not any further, you'll see a long dirt road. It's about 8 miles long. Get on that dirt road. That's the northeast entrance to Groom Lake. Now, you can't obviously go all the way to Groom Lake because it's a Class 5 facility. But what you do is get on that road, and let me explain a little bit. This map up here, and they'll be available to you later if you want to look at them real closely. Groom Lake is printed right on there by the BLM. These are restricted areas, these yellow or these red areas here. And this area marked in black right here was part of what was known in 1986 as the famous Air Force Groom land grab. And what they did was they grabbed some BLM land here because they didn't want people standing on top of that mountain and watching the saucer fly in there, or whatever they had flying in there. So when you go down this road, this from the road to the black line is 5.2 miles. Now, yesterday, some people drove out there and got all the way to the gate. The gate's up here. It's 15 miles from the entrance. And as long as you do that in daytime, they probably won't bother you. But it'd be pretty risky to try it at night. They might, no telling what they might be doing. There are soldiers out there. They have no name, rank, or serial number. They drive blazers in camouflage uniforms, as I say, with no rank or serial number. If you're going at night, be sure you stop there because then you're not getting into the area. But if you go any farther than that, you do so at your own risk. Just some other of the evidence And we'll wrap this up. Cash Landrum case, Gulf Breeze, Lonnie Samora, Thomas Mantell, the 1975 SAC base overflights, the JAL incident in Alaska, the Bentwaters incident, the Walton incident, the Pascagoula incident, the Kirtland Air Force Base incident, on and on and on. The Kentucky abduction case, the Wake Island incident, the Harmon Field incident, the South Caicos incident, the Hudson Valley sightings, the Whitfield, Virginia sightings. If you gave 5 minutes on each of these, I'm sure you'd begin to understand what I'm talking about. If you're interested in more reading, I would have you read Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, Chapter 13, the Stringfield Papers, the Senator Richard Russell sighting in Russia, 1955, the W.B. Smith memo, the Dr. Robert Sarbacher letter, Grudge Report number 13. Then I'd have you read the following books: Communion, Missing Time, Intruders, Light Years, Clear Intent, Sky Crash, The Roswell Incident, Crash at Aztec, An Alien Harvest by Linda Howe just came out and will be available. It's available now. Above Top Secret by Timothy Good. And when you've digested that information, 2.5 years of investigation of UFOs was the Kennedy assassination. How many people here in this room think Oswald killed Kennedy? Up with your hand. Several. Okay. Now, would you like to know who did?
Nearly 25 years ago, the people of the United States and the world were shattered by the impact of an assassin's bullets upon the helpless, unsuspecting young President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. The horrendous wound inflicted by those bullets has penetrated deeply into the body and soul of America, destroying the very lives of thousands and the heart and trust and political will of literally millions. And the years that have passed since this tragic event removed from the world stage perhaps one of the most promising human agents of peace and progressive political development, we have been fed one officially sanctioned lie after another, beginning with a blue ribbon cover-up commission to a castrated Senate Select Committee seeking to shed light upon an event deliberately enshrouded in deception, concealment, and outright falsehood. 25 years is long enough. It is time the truth was finally told, in the earnest hope that it will truly set us free of the murderers who pose as our protectors. What we're observing here is the motorcade in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. As the presidential car passes behind the freeway sign, President Kennedy is struck in the throat by a bullet that was fired from the grassy knoll. As he's grasping his throat, John Connolly is turning around to his right. He at that point is struck. You notice the passenger of the car turning back to see what has happened to the president. As he turns back to the front, the driver of the car turns with his left arm over his right shoulder with a pistol and fires. You see the 45 caliber nickel-plated automatic weapon in his left hand. He's firing over his right shoulder. You see it in relief. You see his head pointing backwards towards the president. In this enhanced close-up, you see the impact of the bullet upon the president. The force of the shot drives him violently backward against the back of the seat. You see Mrs. Kennedy react in horror. The ugly gaping wound, which is evident here, according to many observers at the scene, was actually created on the print. This was not the actual nature of the wound. But you notice that Mrs. Kennedy wasted no time in trying to exit the vehicle because she clearly was able to determine exactly where that shot had originated, and it was her personal bodyguard, Clint Hill, another Secret Service agent, who attempted to keep her in. What the arrow is indicating here is what appears to be the outline of a man, a hat, and his rifle. The arrow is pointing to the rifle barrel of the man in the bushes who possibly was the rifleman on the grassy knoll who fired that shot. Another view taken by another photographer. Again, you see Mrs. Kennedy trying to exit the vehicle from behind, being pushed back in by her bodyguard. Number of witnesses on the scene rushing towards the vehicle. This section, the man standing on the far right of the wall there is Abraham Zapruder, the photographer who took the original photos. The arrow here is indicating what was very likely the rifleman on the grassy knoll, the man who fired the shot which penetrated Kennedy's throat from the front, not from behind, as the Warren Commission would have you believe. Very interesting note also that the motorcycle policemen were told to remain behind the car at all times. Here you see the photographer again. You see Mrs. Kennedy trying to exit the vehicle from behind, being pushed back in by her bodyguard. Number of witnesses on the scene rushing towards the vehicle. This section, the man standing on the far right of the wall there is Abraham Zapruder, the photographer who took the original photos. The arrow here is indicating what was very likely the rifleman on the grassy knoll, the man who fired the shot which penetrated Kennedy's throat from the front, not from behind, as the Warren Commission would have you believe. Very interesting note also that the motorcycle policemen were told to remain behind the car at all times. Here you see the passenger in the front turning back, looking at the president. Instead of jumping back to assist him, he turns forward. The driver's now rotating. The weapon comes into view and he fires. You'll see this repeatedly in these sequences. Kennedy's been shot in the throat. He's leaning to his left. The driver now begins to rotate. His left arm comes over his right shoulder and he fires now. Again, you see the driver rotate. You see the weapon come into view. He's rotating again. The weapon is in view. He fires. You can clearly see his head turning and his arm and the weapon extending into view over his right shoulder. Many of the witnesses indicated that the car slowed almost to a virtual halt.
Government lie. After all, they lied to you about the Pentagon Papers. They lied to you about Watergate. They lied to you about Irangate. But surely they wouldn't lie about flying saucers. Surely they would have told you if they had recovered an extraterrestrial vehicle. Surely they wouldn't be giving you 1,001 reasons why flying saucers aren't real if they were. And the government is aided and abetted by Carl Sagan, James Oberg of NASA, Bob Schaefer, Phil Klass of Aviation Week and Space Technology. Remember these names well, for they are known as the keepers of the hoax. What hoax? The hoax that flying saucers do not exist, that ETs are not among us, that Roswell did not happen.